a fortress. Might be a surprise to some of you. Subtlescribe is a fortress, and Subtlescribe is the, I guess, third fortress in this world. Of course, exclamation point goal and exclamation point last fort are both active and function. Subtlescribe is a volcano fortress that now has not one but two zombies, and the mood's got real bad. The reason that happened is because a couple goblins made it in the front door, and, well, my mayor's a necromancer, and he did his best. But now the result is I have this, this goblin who's just kind of wandering around. It's fine. He's friendly. Don't step on his guts. And we have several intelligent undead in the fort now. Some that are friendly and have stuck around, including Rakust, who, you know, he's a hollow corpse. He's fine. As you can see, this is what happened. This was the problem. I love how this... Braid Paddle's the greatest. It's a very good name. So we do have a few dwarves running around that are intelligent undead because of that event. But the actual result is dwarves are very upset now. Fortunately, while all that was happening... Oh, jeez. Disable overlay BS. Thank you. Please go away, DF hack. I will be much happier with you gone. Thank you. Up here, we did get the front door done, more or less. The front door is this. This is where we'll let the baddies in. This is an area for my Marks dwarves to not practice, but shoot at the baddies. So the baddies, they'll come along here, and they should get shot all the way along here, which should be fine. And then when they come around the corner, they should get shot all the way through here, and all the way through here, and all the way through here, and then all the way through here, and then all the way through here, over top of lava, so hopefully falling into the lava in the meantime. While all of that is happening, I'm going to be firing catapults at them to hope, of which I need to make a place to store ammunition for them. I'm probably going to do that right beneath that, but we just haven't done that yet. Which will hopefully cause them to dodge into the lava. So the other idea, and the other reason I'm testing the catapults, in fact, I need to test this pretty soon, is if it hits this back wall and falls into the lava, I want to know if it makes magma mist. Because if it does, we can try and utilize that as well. Then there's, of course, a bridge here to block this area off, and then that's how it leads into the fort down here, which goes this way, down into the fort. This is going to probably be an actual entryway pretty soon. I just haven't figured out exactly how I'm going to let wagons and stuff in here just yet. We need to work our way up to that. So that is kind of the short version. As far as werepig goes, we do have 3 werepigs. One lives here, one lives here, and one lives here. And only one of them has actually, like, figured everything out. This one here is quite upset. This one here is kind of fine. And this one here is one of the happiest dwarves in the fort. I don't know why. But is, in fact, one of the happiest dwarves in the fort. So you know what? More power to him, I guess. In fact, you know what, Ghana Tank? I'm going to give you a crafts dwarf shop. You can have a crafts dwarf shop. We'll see if you actually build it. I don't know if you will, but if you do, maybe that'll help you be happy. Who's socializing with them? So I gave them each a tavern, a temple, and a library tile so that they can do those jobs if they want. This one just wants to attend a meeting, so you'll be pissed forever. So this one here is like worshiping, and it's been working pretty well, actually. I mean, he's socializing with himself, I guess. As for named dwarves in the fort, we have Anander, Arende, Ash, Bakaglass, Darius, Equisitipo, our Necromancer Mare, Fallout Rain, Geotrack, Grunty Thirst, Ghana Tank, Hand Chest, Kashmir Goat, Clockworks, Laya Gushka. Also, Laya, if you're here, I will read your dwarf's description. I did name it for you. Wolfie, Moses, Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, Nero Keys, Notokasa, Presme, Rolf, Stone, Telenartho, UGDPY, and that's everybody. Stingray, what kind of dwarf do you want it? We are, as of now, defended by a guard grizzly. Oopsies. And I don't know what to put on this one. I was going to say guard pig. Guard duck. The very threatening guard duck. So hopefully if something tries to sneak in the front door, again, we'll spot it this time. Got any Marks Dwarves? Not happy ones. I do have a Marks Dwarf squad, though. Let's see if any of them actually like their job. No, they don't. Do you want a tantrumy, pissed off, or potentially tantrumy, pissed off Marks Dwarf who will probably get booted out of the squad? Actually, never mind. There is one happy one. Lorbam's pretty happy. You could have Lorbam if you want. I'll take Lorbam? Okay. Stingray. I want to say it was a Drake. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Has an orderly life organized in... Because I put this squad together like that when I was desperate and quickly needed a squad together, so I threw them all into the squad. I don't think any of them actually are probably likely fitting for a squad. Because I suddenly got attacked and was like, shit, I need squads! And just kind of threw a bunch of dwarves into them. He can be very happy and optimistic and is confident under pressure, and he is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He tends to be passive in discussions and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is quite polite, and he is curious and thus eager to learn. He does not easily fall in love, and he rarely develops positive feelings, and he has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally treasures leisure time and thinks it is fairly important in life, or very important in life. Sees pursuit of art as silly and values knowledge. And he likes brass, bone, opal, and olive wood, helmet, snake bone, and anvils, and the sound of the scintillating sister. And when possible, prefers to consume single grain wheat beer and bilberries, and absolutely hates lizards. He's delighted when watching a performance and has no friends. He's a member of the denomination of Glitter, who I just made a temple for, and of course you're a member of the Living Fire, and which is us, and the Cyclopean Hall, which is the Rangers Guild. I'm actually also going to move you to the position of Militia Captain, I think. Because you're the only actually happy dwarf in this squad. So, we're gonna do that. Okay, so the primary goal for the next 90 minutes is make these dwarves happy. So let's do a real quick fort tour. And this is the current front door to the fort. There are no trees and there is no water on the surface. These are the initial bedrooms that we started building, going down this way. I quite like this design, but it's not quite optimal just yet. We still need a lot of furniture in these bedrooms. And then we started working out this way and adding more. The benefit is we are completely bedroomed up. Oh, also, I want to show you guys something really sad. Rolf, I got bad news for you. So, 2 of your children are happy and alive and well. But Zatan, your youngest daughter, is dead. Fortunately, she was brought back to life by the mayor. Unfortunately, she's a baby. So you have an immortal undead baby. So I hope you like carrying babies, because you're going to be carrying this one until you die. And it won't die with you. Is it intentional that your ranger guild lacks depth perception? I don't is this a joke? What? Or is it, are you talking about the name of the guild? I don't get it. Oh, because it's called the Cyclopean Hall? I think I get it now. I don't know. They named it, not me. Ask the dwarves. Yeah, so I have a clip of me first noticing that's going to go up in a YouTube short in a day or so. Which is terrifying to me. That might actually be one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. So, you know. Right now, goal is to make dwarves happy and fix this. I want to get this number beneath 10. So I'm going to be, you know, going around, cheering dwarves up, and doing my damnedest to improve the general moods of things. Now, I said that I was going to give a brief fort tour, so let's just do that real quick. Of course, if you have a named dwarf in this fort and you'd like me to check on them, let me know. So this is the front door. 1 floor up is the initial library layer. The library is actually quite successful right now. It does have 92 books in it, as well as some writing materials, which is actually good, implying that we've probably written something because, well, let's just say that we had more writing materials than this at a point. So somebody wrote something, which is interesting, of course. If we move up a few layers, that's where the were creatures live. If we move down, we have our guard layer. Then we have the first bedroom layer, which I need to improve. Second bedroom layer, third bedroom layer, fourth bedroom layer, and then the rest of the bedroom layer. If we go down here, these are those two temples that we just finished. So we have the Mauve Sanctum, which is the denomination of glitter, which I'm going to remind myself what it is. And then this one down here is the silvery denomination. So let's talk about those two gods real quick and briefly. If I go to temple and scroll down, the silvery denomination is they worship Casben Snarldesk, and they worship follow the good word of metals, crafts, labor, and hunting. And then the other one, which is the denomination of glitter, is the god of beauty. So that's what those two gods are. They're both satisfied. One of them has a artifact bow in it. This down here is the farmer guild that, well, I could have done better, but hey, it's satisfied. So down here is the Heavenly Tome, which is the good guild, which is my doctor's guild hall. And then down here is the Floor of Wire, which is a crafts dwarfs guild that isn't satisfied yet, but I'm not surprised because there's literally nothing in it. So I'm just gonna place some diorite tables and some thrones in it and see if I can just like satisfy it real quick. Because if I just chuck these in here, I'm sure that'll do something, right? That's gotta do something. 2 copper and 1 diorite throne. Can I just put 3 copper thrones down here? I don't even know if I have enough copper thrones left. I do! Would you look at that? There we go. So I'm doing a lot of gem encrusting. This is a gem cutter workshop, or a guild hall, and I'm gonna make a gem setters guild because we do actually have enough gem setters too, so I need to do that. This is kind of our crafting area. We have our lava forges, and I'm just starting up glass over here because we're also gonna be cutting glass. As we move down, you can see the bottom of the forges, and the bottom of my hospital, which is over in this corner, which was very busy a minute ago. And then as we follow this down, you can see there is a minecart, which is going down. Actually, you know what? Why don't we follow the minecart down? Because that'll be a little bit of fun. Or the red face of the horrors of battle. I'm trying to recover moods, so we'll jump to your dwarf in a second, Tellen. But I have a question. What do you mean by done with in this instance? I mean, you're meditating. You cried at a priest. You want to practice a craft. I'm kind of doing what I can. There isn't too much more I can do at this point aside from just let you fill the needs that you feel the need to fill, which you are currently doing your best to. You do want martial training. I'm kind of tempted to throw literally everybody in this fortress into a rotating wrestling squad, but you're not dying. Everybody was horribly injured in this fort, Tellen. Literally, like, 2/3 of the fort was horribly injured, so everybody's up and moving again. So we have this little farming area down here, and then a few layers down, there is this cavern layer, which is beautiful. But a few layers down is this. Now, this is eventually where I'm going to pasture my elephants. In fact, I could probably pasture them down here now, to a degree, or I could pasture some of them down here. And the idea of this is going to be an area that will, you know, it'll allow me to split my elephants up and, you know, not have them out grazing each other, which they currently are. So let's move a bunch of the baby elephants down here. And then also at the same time, it's 2 layers high, 3 layers, including this bottom layer, and we'll get some trees growing down here because we need that. You just joined? Is adding the crafts workshop? Well, making a crafts workshop doesn't fulfill the need to do anything. Crafting stuff at the crafts workshop fulfills the need to do stuff, if that's what you're asking. And then down here we have a couple extra bedrooms, which I'm kind of going to be dressing up as like the super nice bedrooms. I might just put named dwarves down here. So, you know, dwarves like Tellen's dwarf, to answer Tellen's question. Because I think, like, I don't know, like these making little apartments around the edge of this garden just seems very fancy in a way that I like. So I'm gonna see if I can do this as a way to like improve the moods of the named dwarves. I'm thinking these ones will get statues or like additional extra pieces of furniture or something, just to, you know, try and keep them happy, per se. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do rock cabinet and rock coffer. And I'm just going to do 150 of each of those, because this is a good task for dwarves to be doing. And let's make them out of diorite. It's not the most exciting color, but as long as they're high quality, it doesn't matter too much. And his first thought is Windows. Hi, how are you doing? Very funny, Dwarf. I'll have you know, living in an office or an apartment or a house of any sort without a window is like being forced to live in prison. So, with all that being said, let's unpause the game. How you doing, Tapioca? Of course, we still have stuff we got to get put away and whatnot. And yeah. But, you know, goal is to make this number go down and this number go down and this number go down and these three numbers go up. Our mayor is a necromancer. Answer the question in YouTube chat. If you mute the stream, it doesn't count. If you mute the tab, you should count as a view. I don't know about what YouTube restricts and what they don't. Just do whatever works for you. If you can run the stream with the tab muted in another thing, that's great. If you can't, don't worry about it. It's all good. Moods tanked due to me taking too long to prep for a siege and not realizing that they canceled the parlay. And I'm trying to improve moods one bedroom at a time by giving them nicer floors and actually fully furnishing them. That's what's going on. And then also smoothing the walls once all the floors are done. He just showed up. I didn't raid a Necro Tower. I haven't raided anything. So part of the goal of this fort is I want it to be kind of non-combat. Basically, I don't want to attack things. The only stuff that I've raided are abandoned sites, and I'm doing that to get artifacts and books. As far as combat in this fort goes, the only combat I want to use is Marks Dwarves and lava and catapults. That's going to be my goal. It might not end up happening, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do essentially no trained melee combat. While I do have a melee squad, they are not trained. And they only have copper weaponry. Love the quartzite floors. I was very happy when I realized that this volcano had a lot of quartzite. It was one of the reasons we actually decided to settle on it. She was sadly squished to death. Ah, did you squish her? Or was that a very oddly detailed Legends tale? Yeah, I've got no problems with having a necromancer in this fort. I haven't had necromancers in the last few forts, so... Which is also kind of interesting, because in this fort we have two named dwarves that are both really interesting in that way. We have that necromancer. I think that I put a nice block there. We have that necromancer, but we also have a dwarf that was kidnapped and raised by goblins. So I have a necromancer who dreams of ruling the world, or that dreams of ruling the world, and I have a dwarf who dreams of attaining a rank in society, or it might be vice versa, who has the exact same personality traits of a psychopathic goblin that wants to murder everybody. So there's two very interesting directions I think that this fort could go in the long term. Ah, well, I mean, if I were to, you know, regicide a queen or a king, I think I would be a little bit more creative than smacking it with a drawbridge. But, I mean, like, you know, you do you, right? Also, I would say that if I was plotting to, like, take out a king or queen in a fort in the current version, I would try and get Mountain Home first. Like, get Mountain Home, satisfy all their needs, and then squish them or then do the deed, you know? Give them that false sense of security that make them think that we're on their side, but in reality, we just want the title. It is funny, yeah. I suppose. I don't know. I guess it's just such a common thing in the Dwarf Fortress community. It stopped being funny for me like 10 years ago, but maybe not 10. It stopped being funny for me a good couple years ago. But I like to be more creative with my deaths now, you know? I think the thing that broke it for me, I can't actually remember which fort it was. It might have been Scorch Fountain, but it was a Krug Smash fort where the king and I think it was Scorch Fountain, where the king and queen arrived and he like piped lava into their bedroom and waited for them to both be standing in it, and then pulled the thing and pumped it full of lava, and then dug out the bodies and buried them. I prefer that personally. Let's get some creative constructions in with the comedic death, you know? Sort of like, you know, it's the reason the Final Destination movies are entertaining. It's not because a lot of people are dying, it's because they're dying in interesting ways. True, I think actually flinging them upwards with a bridge is a better way to go about it, because then they fly like 30 Z levels into the air and then come down and go splat, you know? Or using like a drop mechanism from the bridge. I think it's just the act of simply squishing with bridge that is maybe the most anticlimactic, because you don't even get a body to bury afterwards. You had a fort on a single support that exists only to lure the monarchs into a trap? Yeah, your dwarves are like built the most elaborate self-destruct button into a fortress of all time simply to lure the monarch into collapsing it. Yes. I would need the right monarch, though. I would need a monarch that I actively didn't like. It's like, man, this is a very precarious fortress you got here. There must be some crazy engineering secrets behind this. I wonder why it looks this way. Thunk. Now, the real reason behind the glass towers is dwarves are all secretly voyeurs and want to look up. That actually is a genuine thing that bothers me about, like, dwarven floors being made of glass, is a lot of dwarves wear dresses. And not a lot of dwarves have thongs. Or underwear, even. What's up, Lanix? How are we doing? I realize that this is taking a while, but I have to do it at some point, so might as well do it right now. You made affiliate? Congratulations. Good for you. Now it's time to go get yourself some emotes. Can I get a round of beers and or applause for Alanix, who made affiliate? Starting with a noble sounds like a handicap? Not really. I would actually say it's a mood benefit if you can satisfy their needs quickly. Because you get the added benefit of the way bigger trade caravans, and you also get the it's just, I think that starting with a noble is just like, the only annoyance there is just you have a lot more construction you need to do in a really short period of time. And also you get massive mood buffs for your dwarves having a noble around. Any kind of noble for that matter. Just because of the fact that they can go cry on somebody in charge. And those mood buffs are not to be understated. Like, those are big mood buffs. You've been pondering how better off is your fort if your starting 7 only have pacifier and counselor skills? Can they even... Well, I mean, you'd want your expedition leader to have pacifier and counselor. Because your expedition leader is the one that does that job initially. And then your mayor does that job. I don't think it's every single dwarf does that job, is it? Like, I could be wrong, but I mean, like, they'll get happy thoughts about speaking with an acquaintance or a friend, which I guess would also kind of cover the same basis, but, like, as far as the crying on somebody in charge goes, which is the thing that actually gives them the really big mood buff, because they get empathy and or relieved, which are very big mood buffs. Because I've already built floors under the beds. So the reason there's like individual strips here is because there was floors under the beds initially when I started this. I put the floors down before I put the beds down, and now I'm just simply filling the rest in. And the reason I didn't fill the rest in initially was because I didn't have enough blocks made and I had a lot of dwarves and I needed to house them quickly. Oh, cool. The drilling starts again. They were drilling last Friday too, and I went down there and complained. And or went down there and was like, oh, that's where that sound is coming from, essentially. And I was like, well, hope you guys are done quick. He goes, we'll be here for a couple of weeks. I'm like, excellent. Fucking yay. 3 degrees outside? Why is it so warm? Looks great. It'll look great when it's all done. We're pretty much done now, though. Oops, that's steel. All right, I can unpause now. They're looking for oil in my walls. They're installing electric car chargers, actually. Although true, when someone says 3 degrees, I don't know what they're speaking in. I always assume Celsius, but... Stone is starting up a meeting. And I have a strange mood and an ad break just started, so I will pause game. Yep, it's a goblin zombie dragging his guts around. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how beneficial the mood of them discussing problems with their friends. I think, at the end of the day, if you want a really happy fort, as long as you keep up with bedrooms, and as long as you have a dining room and some sort of social space, so either a temple or a tavern, and some sort of crafting production or some sort of crafting-based guild hall, I find that moods just naturally swing upwards, and some dwarves will just always be kind of upset. For finding jet rock. I have no idea, actually. Jet is when I do get amounts of it showing up, I find that it's in very small quantities. So I'm not entirely sure. Dune Part 2 is good. Please no spoils. That's all I'll say. Obviously, I read the first book, so I'd probably know what's going to happen. But I don't want to know where it ends in the story, I guess. Is the more accurate thing, I should say. Seeing that tomorrow, super excited. I don't know if I'm super excited. I wasn't super thrilled with the first one. I liked the first one, but I didn't like the fact that it was marketed as a movie. Because it wasn't a movie, it was a part 1. And I'm still iffy about that, but I'll probably go see it next week. Probably next weekend, actually. I don't like seeing movies, especially opening weekends for movies that are popular. I'm the guy that goes and sees the movie at 11 in the morning on a matinee after its peak has passed. I like, getting the theater to myself, per se. Ocean floors. I also find that whenever I get large sums of jet, it's always in an aquifer. Yeah, that's fair. No, man, that's fair. But it could be my favorite movie franchise of all time, which I don't really have one these days, and I wouldn't go see it day one in the theaters. I don't like theaters. I saw The Matrix pretty early, Matrix 4, but I'm also a pretty big Matrix fan. So. I feel like settling somewhere until you get a decent sum and then just importing the excess. I'll say this about jet. Jet is a material that I don't think, even if you find it, you'll find it in large quantities. It's sort of like cobaltite, where even when you do find it, you don't find tons of it. You could also try staring at the wiki and see if there's anything more detailed about that. Wait, what? Huh. Apparently Brigador Killer's Alpha is out. And they didn't tell me. I'm very offended. I guess they don't want people making videos about it. It must be really early. Well then. Receive a free signed book from a random email to the author a week ago, and you weren't expecting it. Oh, wow, that's a nice surprise. Speaking of authors and reading, I read through that whole story that you sent me, Arthelen, and I think I can make it fit. I mean, it'll be a little bit long for the format, but I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Also, I'm gonna try and, speaking of authors and stories, I'm gonna try and get another short story up on my Secret Sneaky Extras channel, which is now promoted on the main page of my main YouTube channel as well. I'm gonna try and get another one up tonight if editing and time allows, because I don't have too much more time. I've got an idea, but I'll reach out to you in a couple weeks, Arthton. Trying to get these bedrooms dunesies. Well, that number, I was gonna say number went down, number went up. It went from 27, I was like, yay, number went down, and then that number went down and that one went back up. God damn it. And the current stable branch. Have you reported the bug? Because the crash reports are pretty easy to find in your game files. Just go chuck those up onto the, okay, I need to go collect sand. Go chuck the bug report file up onto the Kit Fox bug report Discord, if you haven't yet. So now we've got that. Let's see if I can collect sand. Okay, sweet. Wait, actually, I need to collect sand, and then we need to see what type of glass you need. Glass and burning wood. Well, okay, clear glass it is. I love it that they keep making me do this. Let's make another magma kiln. I don't like the fact that my dwarves keep demanding clear glass for artifacts. This is the second one now. Because wood is at a premium, so I'm not gonna start producing clear glass en masse in this fort, I don't think. And then I need an ashery. I made this stuff previously and then got rid of it all. Jerk Tool wants you to post beers, chat, so post beers. Just happened to you for the second time, you'll post. Yeah, especially if it's repeating. If it's repeating, absolutely post it. Just gonna check a random dwarf and see if you have clothes. Check another random dwarf. How's your clothes doing? Check a third random dwarf. Let's do 20 cloth socks. I also need bags, so cloth sock. We'll do 20. And let's do cloth bag. 20. Wait, hold on. Somebody's collecting sand. So down here, I can make ash. Although I may need to chop down some wood. Yeah, I do. Remember how I said that wood is at a premium? Well, I don't have any trees that have grown. Great. Do I have anywhere that I could easily dig to? that wouldn't be dangerous to dig to? Not really. Maybe. Do I have anything made of wood up here that I could deconstruct? Not that I'm seeing. Bruh. Oh. No, I don't even have a wagon. Crap. That might just be that dwarf then. Who is it? Stastot? I don't know, man. I don't know. Last fort, your manager had a thing for leggings, so basically every 2 minutes you had... Here's the thing. You only need to make them once... okay, so a mandate will last for 1 season. Monarch. So if they make a mandate, you don't need to complete the mandate until the end of the season. Just a pro tip. So like, oh shit, there's a tree here. If you're like, oh man, this dwarf is demanding insert thing here, you don't actually need to complete it for the season until the end of the season. Stop making beds. Yeah, we're out of wood, and I need it for a glass artifact because I need clear glass. Getting stuck in walls. Not getting stuck in walls, but if they get stuck specifically, deconstruct your trading depot when they're leaving. But I've never seen one get stuck in a wall, no. I have heard some people mention it. Like, it's got to be a thing that's happening to multiple people, but it's not something that's happened to me specifically. I've also had them, like, well, not randomly, but, like, I've had them just, like, leave suddenly. And usually if they just suddenly leave, it's because something attacked them. Or something was tantruming near them and attacked them. Yep. Also what Yvonne said. If you, so let's say you need leggings, right? Let's just say you need leggings for a leader. You could say cloth, legging, or whatever legging. Let's just say legging. I don't know, steel leggings. Let's just, maybe not steel, but like, then you set this number to 3, and then you click this, and then you go, check seasonally. And they will just make that once a season, and assuming you have the materials, and that should, like, solve 90 to almost the vast majority of the demands that the noble has. And you don't need to queue it up constantly. Yeah, if you complete it early, they do in fact ask for it sooner. That is true. So do not complete it early. Let's produce ash. There we go. Try and save this dwarf. There's a violent war. That was like me and camels and my various war dogs in the last fort. Constantly camels. Just constant camels. Okay, well, this number is going up, so that's good. The happy dwarves are getting happy, but it is taking a little bit. I'm always amused by just, like, not agitated wild animals, but just wild animals wandering into the fort. You just had to retire a fortress because every season when traders came, they would get stuck on your staircase down, and it was surprisingly consistent. Staircase. Well, why didn't you give them a different entrance to the fort? Like, if they're getting stuck every time, it's probably some sort of pathing problem, logically. So why not just give them a different way into the fort? Speaking of traders, elves have arrived to trade, which is good because they've been bringing me wood, which is really good on a map that I don't have wood. So please bring me wood, elves. Please. Would greatly appreciate it. Also, I need a sterling silver chest for my mayor, and I don't have sterling silver, so here's hoping I'll be able to get him a sterling silver chest at some point. We're going to move this over here and jump to cut gems, because it's just the easiest thing to trade with them. Let's just bring these pink garnets, because that'll probably be enough. Some of those. We'll just trade the minimum. Okay, ash. Make potash from ash, and then that's going to then be made into pearl ash. An invasion before... Yes, I was working on my counter-invasion precautions, and then... to answer Nimlark's question, I was working on counter-invasion precautions and took too long while working on that, and then a goblin siege got in the side door before I, like, right when I was about to open up to start fighting with them, and so they got into the side of the fort, and so I had to send my completely untrained main squad, plus, and they got directly into my tavern, so my mayor then resurrected... My mayor probably saved the fort, actually. Resurrected a couple intelligent undead, and then they walked in circles, killing the same zombie for a couple of minutes. I've got it highlighted and downloaded, so it'll be a highlight on the YouTube channel in a day or two. I'll edit that later tonight. But I wanted to get the Keeper RL video out for this morning, so that was the priority. Your stat nerd self wishes we had a chart for distribution of dwarf moods. You know, it's kind of funny because Dwarf Fortress is like the anti-stat nerd game that stat nerds like. Because everything in this game's design is like, what if we didn't? But at the same time, stat nerds really like this game. Just remember, this is the very first version of the game ever that had a vanilla built-in list of how many dwarves had which mood. This was always a DF hack feature until Premium. Premium was the first version of the game ever to have that. Aw, man, they didn't bring any animals this time? Well, I'll buy the fruit, I guess. That's 940 dwarf bucks, so 3 gems should do. 4 gems? That seems like I'm giving you too much. So how about also buy the cacti fruit? And how about I also buy as many of these bayberries as I can? Sweet, that'll do. I will recommend against using Dwarf Therapist until the day I die, but I know some people still use it. Why do I hate it? I don't hate it. I just recommend against it. There's a difference between hating something and recommending against something. I recommend against it. Doesn't mean I hate it. Now that, mostly working on coffers and whatnot. Let's start distributing furniture. Although, actually... Request furniture with cut gems. Request furniture with cut gems. Furniture with cut gems. I think that anything that takes you out of the game and makes it easier for you to not look at this screen is the opposite of Dwarf Therapist Blind says to use his nobles. Yes. I wasn't going to go there, though. For me, anything that stops me from looking at this screen is a negative for the game. Oh, no. Whatever shall you do, Claiborne? But anything that stops you from looking at this screen is a negative on the game. Because Dwarf Fortress is a game that is best when you are forming a narrative in your head. And this screen is what enables that, in my opinion. At the end of the day, use what you want to use, right? But if you are using Dwarf Therapist, it makes it very easy, because Dwarf Therapist gives you a lot of tools that make it very easy to just completely ignore this screen. That's the beginning and end of my opinion. So that's all it is, really. Also, I need shoes as well, apparently. So let's do cloth shoes. Okay, how's this dwarf doing up here? You don't have anything yet. Okay, so can now make pearl ash. I think that there is a type of person that will enjoy optimizing everything in Dwarf Fortress, but I think most people who try to optimize everything in Dwarf Fortress will end up enjoying the game less because of it. But that's because I'm that type of person, right? And if you are not that type of person, don't listen to me. Play the game the way you want, right? It's a single player game. I think a lot of people used a lot of that software pre-Steam for a specific reason. And that's pre-Steam, the game was difficult to get into if you weren't used to playing ASCII games with keyboard controls. I'm just trying to adjust my camera to where I like it. And I think a lot of people who played pre-Steam were not used to playing ASCII games with keyboard controls. So things that made that barrier to entry smaller were a benefit. So let's make raw clear glass. But since we are, yeah, no, that's totally fair, Quizitipo. I mean, it was the same way for a lot of people. But if you weren't one of those people, generally people who were used to ASCII games with keyboard controls, those types of people, mostly, from what I could tell, would either play purely vanilla, vanilla with a tile set, or vanilla with DF hack. You need cut gems, right? Shining bars of metal. Oh, wow, they've already used up all the cut gems. Well, that explains it. Let's just cut some gems then. What else do you need? Stacked cloth, which I have. I have some burning wood, so now we're just waiting for somebody to cut a gem. Rock crystals, which is a shame, but it's what I got. Wait until this dwarf behind my camera moves. There you go. You grab the rock crystals. Now you're moving. Well, we didn't kill the dwarf because a tree grew. Praise Armok. You got iron bars. You need stacked cloth. Huh. I'm out of plant cloth. We are out of plant cloth. And that's my fault because I was making bags. So let's say yarn, shoe, because I do need shoes still. They also made those socks. Let's go here real quick and just say shear animal and spin thread for a bit. I am in spring, which means we get pigtails in summer. I also miss cloth bags being used as chests, but I also don't miss it because I would accidentally place them all the time. So I'd want them on their own button. And I feel like I fear that we wouldn't get that if that feature came back. Because bags and cloths were both under the, what was it, container button. Which, like I said, was kind of nice because sometimes you'd be able to put a nice bag in somebody's bedroom and, like, you know, the odd time where you got a artifact bag or whatever. But, like, I don't miss the fact that they were both on the same hotkey. Because it was way too easy to accidentally just, like, place bags when you thought that you were placing chests, when you were trying to place chests, or alternatively placing chests when you were trying to place bags. It was, I don't know. I miss that feature, but not really. That's a feature that I miss sometimes, and then I remember what hotkey it was on, and then I stop missing it almost immediately. Because I remember all the times I did it accidentally. I don't know if you had that problem, Tapioc, but... Same reason, like, I miss being able to make fortresses out of soap, but at the same time, I really don't miss being able to make fortresses out of soap. You miss the idea of it. Yeah. And, like, whenever I find myself missing stuff from version 47, the reality is the stuff that I don't miss out of version 47 vastly outweighs the stuff I do miss, right? Like, you know, I miss being able to make a fortress out of soap because it's hysterical, but I don't miss, you know, most of the other features of that version. So graveyards haven't been in the game since like 2008, but fair. I know Tarn has talked about bringing a crypt type zone into the game, which I would love to see work its way in. I think that would be an awesome addition. Which is basically just, you know, click and drag over a bunch of tombs and then like a dormitory and then they all just get used. I would love that. Mostly just looking for bedrooms with socks in them. Okay, let's go down here and place the last of these. I'll have to do another lap in a minute. An orderly dwarf. Orderly. So you want somebody who works in the hospital? So I don't assign orderlies specifically. At least I haven't yet in this fort. But I can give you somebody who works in the hospital, probably. Yeah, these are all of my hospital dwarves right here. If any of these suit your fancy, give me a shout. Or a cleaner. Cleaning isn't a specific job that I assign. Everybody cleans. But if you'd like orderlies specifically, you could have one of these. These are the closest things I have to orderlies. Erdim? The surgeon? The real pissed off surgeon? Surgeon? Metroid John. She's 69 years old. Very orderly. She is quick to anger and isn't given to flights of fancy. She rarely feels discouraged and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She doesn't hold on to grievances, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to avoid crowds, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is slow to trust others, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting, and sees denial of impulses as a vain and foolish pursuit, and does not care about friendship. She likes tin glaze, lead, and jelly opal, the color azure, and chat post beers, please. Devil Dawn would like you to. Did I ever play Majesty? I've never played Majesty. When possible, she prefers to consume giant mountain goat wine, peppers, and absolutely hates cave spiders. She is satisfied at work. She's frustrated. She wants to pray real bad. So she wants to go do religious things. She has a pet guinea hen, and has wrestled before. Welcome to the fort. And she is wearing, she needs some new shoes, but she has a crown. You know, she's doing all right at the very least. And I'm seeing a few that I've missed here. I always love watching dwarves start putting their clothes away when they get their first cabinet. It's one of the most satisfying things ever. It's like, ah, yes. Nature is healing. Oh, we're out of yarn cloth. Damn. Fortunately, we are shearing animals. Also spinning some thread while we're at it, so we'll get to it. Devil Dawn, thanks for gifting a subscription to Metroid John. Appreciate you, dude. And hello, Spud. Hope you're doing all right. Merchants from the elves have embarked on their journey. I might make some more areas for trees to grow down here, and more areas for moss to grow. So I think I'm going to block this. We're going to make another 2Z level tall tree growing zone. Also in an ad break now, and some migrants have arrived. Oh, we'll wait. Oops, wrong button. Now you can post beers. There you go. Being able to post beers is like a rite of passage in this chat. Also, chat room, since we're in an ad break at this exact moment, to the people on YouTube and the people on Twitch, if you want to help me out right now, I uploaded a video which was a pretty lengthy highlight of the stream from yesterday of Keeper RL. If you could go leave a like and maybe a comment on that video, that'd be very, very helpful. What's up, Fabby? You always forget to like vids? It's fine. I mean, it's kind of telling, actually. It's in some cases. Because I was looking at my most viewed video this morning, which has, I'll just read out the numbers. 339,357 views, and about 8,000 likes, right? Which is a lot of likes. However, the video of Adventure Mode that Tarn released on the KitFox channel, or that was done by Tarn that released on the KitFox channel, that video has 80,000 views. So a pretty significantly lower number, but almost as many likes. And it's like, I say like too much in this sentence. I'm sorry. Social media does this to me. But it's like, I need to pester people for more likes, I think. Terminal Witness used to be rich. Congratulations. That's the link in the chat. Should be. That's why I plopped it in the chat. All right, we're through the ads. And I get another migrant wave. It's good to get more dwarves. I'm actually just going to stare at these a little bit, and if I spot any dwarves that I think would be decent in the military, I'm going to chuck them in that way. You're just standing there, dwarf. I thought the game was paused. Like you were waiting for your kids, but nope. Siege operator. I should make a siege operators guild. The ideal goal in life: acquisition and use of power over others, hey? Martial prowess, sense of duty, is brave. Sweet, Kubok. Welcome to the crossbow dwarves. I'm gonna slowly start replacing all of these dwarves with dwarves that'll actually enjoy it. How about you? Not creative, impatient, flights of fancy. Martial prowess, okay. Feels envious. Living space, all right. Fast-paced life, okay. I think we'll try you out as well. We're also going to pull Laya out of the military. Oh no. O-N-O. There you are. Also, if Laya Gushka is in chat, just a heads up, I did give you your dwarf yesterday. Not as siege engineers. Presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. Really? They really like the acquisition of power over others. That's something that these dwarves all crave. I wonder if that's why this faction has been so successful. Finds weapons with skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. I will save after this migrant wave. Give me a sec. Personally values does not respect the law. Forgotten Beast found some cavern dwellers from the looks of things. A beast so cool, even I forgot about it. And Sandshrews also wants you to post beers. Okay. Also, Hollow Eye are stupid. Can you request a dwarf if it is off cooldown, which it is not? I'm only giving out dwarves for the redemptions right now. I do need to. I've been saying this for what feels like a month now, but I need to find a better solution. Just openly naming dwarves from chat is exhausting for me, and I don't enjoy it. And I watch my view count drop, so it's bad for stats, it's bad for views, and it's bad for my own energy. I don't feel I get the time to actually get to know dwarves, and so we just end up with a bunch of named dwarves that I don't know, and I don't think that that's beneficial. So currently we're just rolling with the Twitch channel points redemption, which is 5,000 channel points every 45 minutes, which gives me enough time to at least read the dwarves and keep up with the ones that I have. I need a better solution, but I don't really have one right now. It's either I just name everybody and don't read the descriptions, which defeats the whole point, or we name them very slowly and piecemeal. So I'm currently doing them very slowly and piecemeal. Wait, really? That's terrifying, Sandshrews. Does your username like rhyme with your real name or something? All right, let's go to pets and livestock and slaughter the things I don't need, which is a lot of them. Not the duck, though. We're keeping you. Because the drake is my defense drake. Doing okay, Gordy, yourself? You know, this tavern is kind of intended to be like an extension of the hospital, I think. Or not the hospital, the library. I think I should move the tavern elsewhere and make it better. Because I'm not even remotely happy with this one. And I think I could make a much nicer tavern if I put it somewhere else. So I'm going to find somewhere else in this fort to fit a tavern. Could put it down here. Just double checking that this value is high enough. Yeah. No, it is not. Let's give you a fancy door. Let's do... Almost kill a Titan. I had a bunny bruise a Titan in the head, and I was very hopeful it would win, but unfortunately it didn't. know what, we'll just do this. That'll do her. Okay, so could put Tavern up here pretty safely. But I'm thinking we just put the Tavern down here on this layer, because this would give us a nice large space for the Tavern, and then I could just expand this out to the whole library. So let's bring the Tavern down into this slate layer. It would also give me more slate to mine out, which is a material that I've been doing a lot of building with. Can let them watch the minecarts rattle on by. Can do a little food storage nook in the corner here. Maybe make that into the dining room as well. That, and I also would like the entryway to be down here, because I don't really want there to be a chance of a were creature or something just running down these stairs directly into this room again, because that didn't end well the last time, and I don't really want it to end well or end that way again. So let's actually, I think, do ramps. Right here. It's right there. And that can be the Tavern. And I'll also let them start digging in on that side. And this, I think, is just going to become either windows or bars. Probably bars. Copper bars, maybe? Depending on how many I have. Looks like I just have iron right now. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Speaking of iron. And copper. See if I have any more native copper that I can spot around here. This whole map has native copper on it, so... Otherwise, I have to go down to the caverns again. And I'd rather mine on the surface if I can, because it's, you know, safer. So it is a calm biome. Okay, let's go down to the caverns then. Cheers to the winners. Yeah, exactly. Any small livestock that does damage to a large creature is hysterical. Just so, not that I need to state that out loud, but it's just kind of a truth. Alright, well, we'll go up to the higher one then. Never mind, that is the higher one. Where the heck was the rest of... Oh, that's where the rest of it was. It was all on this side. I also have to be really careful about where I dig, because I do not particularly want to let a forgotten beast into my fort that also happens to have webs, and there's at least one like that in this cavern right now. I never turn anything off. So I'm not a good person to talk to about lag aspects. If you want to reduce lag aspects, I wouldn't worry about temperature. I wouldn't worry about caving in. Temperature will just make the game worse, because if you turn that off, because you'll get weird bugs or unintended outcomes, I guess. My advice, if you want to minimize lag, is make your map smaller and play with smaller populations. I know that some people are like, bah, that ruins the game for me. Try it. Play with smaller population totals if you're trying to minimize lag, because your dwarves are the biggest source of lag. Is my second tree farm dug out? I didn't actually connect it to the thing, so probably not, but I should. Yeah, I didn't connect it. This, like I said, this isn't the highest priority thing. I just would like to get it done. Oh, that's just digging on a channel. There we go. Walking to the store to get food. All right. Have a good walk. Let's throw chests. Oops. Let's throw cabinets. Still trying to satisfy all these dwarves' needs. One piece of furniture at a time. A lot of these ones still need chests, so let's do that next. Go to chests. Thunk, thunk. Thunk. Go down one. All of these. All right. I still need to do the stairs, but we're getting there. Why would I want you to tell me of fun possibilities? I mean, the thing is that you need to remember, Glyph, is that I've probably already seen it, right? I'm probably well aware of it. Like, half the point of this game is manufacturing fun. So if you're just pointing out, this could go bad, I'm probably aware already. I've also played enough of this game that it's rare that I miss things, and when I do, that's fun. And I like that. I like missing things. Should check on the Twitch tags more often. I didn't even see if you backseated, so. And have lava save hamsters nom on your trash. Yeah, I don't disable temps. If you are, the only time I would disable temps is if you broke into the underworld and then suddenly your game slows down to 0, and it's probably because half of the demons that came out of the underworld are made of snow and the other half are made of fire, and the game is trying to calculate the cooling down and heating up of them in real time. Like, if something like that is happening, yeah, maybe you should, like, you know, check your, like, temperature frame rate impact. Maybe you should check that. That might be a good idea. But I don't think many people end up in that situation very often. On a world that has, you're playing on a map that has no iron copper source, but has lots of gold and silver. I have no idea how I'm going to manage not having armor for your army. Use alternative defense methods to acquire goblin armor or import it in large sums. I would say 10 to 20 FPS is playable, but yeah, that sucks. I think probably, okay, I have a question. Are you locking off or do you have open caverns? Because what could be happening too is you could have a bunch of aggroed cavern creatures that are trying to path into your fort that can't. That could be it. Or be a source of part of it. There is, it also could just be your computer can't handle that, right? Like my old computer, or actually this computer before I got the new CPU. So the same computer basically, but with the old CPU. But back when I was on an Intel the 7700K, before I was on the Ryzen 7, that computer couldn't handle more than 170 dwarves on version 47. So I never let my population go above 150. Which is really funny to me when people tune in. I comment on this a lot, but it's really funny to me when people tune into this stream and they're like, what's the most dwarves you've ever had? And it's like, I don't know, close to 300, which was 2 forts ago, because I literally couldn't increase the population above that. And then earlier versions of version 50, before we got SDL2, on this computer, with this CPU and everything, the game wouldn't run above 30 frames a second with over 210 dwarves. So I would never let it go above 210. And then we got that frame rate bump, and now I run at 80 on everything. And it's like, I don't know. Until like crazy stuff starts happening in the basement, which is out of my control usually, and then the game drops down to 40, 50. So you might have a computer that most of the time will run the game at 50, 60, and then when crazy stuff starts happening, it drops down to 40. And I don't know if I can help you improve that. I made a video, which is, I think, going to be my most disliked video of the year. I made a video talking about frame rate, which is literally just the same rant, where I'm just like, it doesn't matter how well they make this game run. Nobody will ever be happy, because the better they make the game run, the more people will push the frame rate limitations. And the more they push the frame rate, the more they push the frame rate, the more they increase the frame rate, the more people will complain that the frame rate is bad, because more people will be trying to increase the populations. So it's like, to me, in my mind, just a lose argument or discussion. So all you can do is set the game up to run the best on the computer that you have, and then try and figure out what changes you can make to the fort that will improve your frame rate. But I can tell you that disabling temperature never did much for me, and that doesn't necessarily mean it won't do much for you, but it never did much for me. Depending on circumstances? Yeah, no, totally. And like, one thing that I found, creature keepers went down to about 10 frames per second on this fort, on this computer. But the reason creature keepers went down to about 10 frames a second was because at any given moment, there was about 100 birds on the map, not in the caverns, but on the surface, flying around. Not really doing much of anything, just flying around. The pathing for those birds, because of how tall that map was absurd. So the result was that fort just lagged. And there was nothing I could really do about it, because there was a lot of birds on the surface. And it's like, it's part of the reason I stopped playing that fort when I did. But also, it lagged because, I breached into the underworld, and then suddenly there was hundreds of demons kind of crawling around in the basement constantly. And some of them were made of fire, and some of them were made of water, and that was causing temperature shifts. And turning off temperature saved me 3 frames a second, but like, come on. Only undead and goblins? Sure. Also, deserts have wildlife. Although I would actually argue that undead probably would have more effect on your frame rate, especially if it's a resurrecting biome, but... food in stockpiles does not go bad, but barrels will eventually rot, but that takes 400 years, so don't worry about that. I'm just gonna make some green glass windows. Let's also just collect raw green glass. So let's do 10 windows, so just the default, yeah. And then sand, let's do 50, and let's make 40 raw green glass, and we're gonna cut it. Make more gems. I think 40 FPS is playable. I've had people tell me that that's unplayable. Like that is an up to you thing. What you think is playable is what is playable. Ah, that dwarf, that glassmaker was stricken by melancholy because I didn't have any plant cloth. We would have had to wait till summer to be able to get more. What's the worst biome to settle in? Now, this is purely my opinion. I don't like settling in haunted biomes. Not because I find them hard particularly. It's because I like building on the surface, and haunted biomes are, and I like building close to the surface, usually, especially early in forts. And haunted biomes are just really tedious to build on the surface because of the way they work. You get the same kind of, like, agitation from the terrifying, or specifically terrifying biomes. You get the same kind of agitation as you do from, like, Untamed Wilds, but also the enemy assaults are undead. So it's not that you can't build on the surface, you absolutely can. It just takes way longer. And I would prefer to play on Untamed Wilds or Wilderness or Serene or even Joyous Wilds, because the evil biomes also come with the added annoyances of it could rain blood, it could be, which just makes your dwarves really upset. It could be raining a noxious liquid, which just makes your dwarves really upset. You could have the clouds rolling through, which could kill your dwarves, make your dwarves really sick, make your dwarves really permanently upset, make your dwarves permanently sick, and all of those. That's just not fun. I don't find that kind of thing to be fun. I do it from time to time because chat likes watching it. But that is my least favorite type of biome to settle in. Ironically, the last haunted biome I did was a partial glacier. Sunbirths was a partial haunted glacier. My nose has, like, a zit forming on the bottom of it, and it itches like hell. It sucks. Help me. Well, it's not even just random resurrection of mobs. It's like all of these bones would be coming back to life constantly. Like, I don't know. I don't find that to be particularly fun. I mean, if you find that to be fun, then more power to you. I don't particularly find that fun. Gonna chuck out all this rotten stuff. And also the prepared stuff, it's fine. Just get rid of it. What's the thing, the smelly thing the butchers have there? I mean, can't you figure out what it is by looking at it? I don't know exactly what's rotten, but it's clearly I'm butchering things, and it hasn't made its way up to the refuse pile yet. I feel like it's like a two-step process to guess what it is without making me go through the list. About building a new PC, but you have no energy to figure out what you would need to build? Well, I'll tell you this, Ryzen 7 7800 X3D, extraordinarily good at running this game. I mean, Putnam, who builds way more optimized fortresses than I do, say that she has built several fortresses with almost 300 dwarves on this CPU with no graphics card or any other updates. It's just the CPU that she updated, and the motherboard with the CPU. But new CPU and that CPU and that motherboard made the frame rate go from like 60 steady to like 100 steady with almost 300 dwarves. We butchered the pandas multiple years ago, so it's not pandas. It's probably reindeer calves. But just remember, it's pretty power hungry and runs pretty hot, so you need a pretty hefty cooler on it. Although, based on my temps have been absolutely fine on this game with a Noctua cooler. So, like a $100 cooler, basically. Anyways, chat, completely unrelated to anything that we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. You want to know something extraordinarily stupid? You guys want to hear about something extraordinarily stupid? You guys want to hear about an extraordinarily stupid product that nobody wants, that they're not paying me to show, but I'm going to show anyway because I think it's hysterical? Ladies and gentlemen, friends and everybody else, they fucking made Smell-O-Vision. They made Smell-O-Vision. They made Smell-O-Vision. It's called GameScent. It listens to the audio of your game and it uses AI to release essential oils to create the scents from your game. I watched a video that Jeff Gersman put up the other day of this, and his response is, well, it works and it stinks. One of my favorite pages on this website is coming soon, blood and sweat. It wouldn't, I can tell you right now, it wouldn't work for Dwarf Fortress because it listens to the audio of the game. That's how it works. So, like, if you're playing Call of Duty, it hears gunfire, and so it outputs gunfire smell. That's the way it works, because no game developer that is sane is going to develop. Like, other people have tried to make these in the past and they've never worked. Not because people haven't tried to make them in the past, it's because they all required like the game to support it. But this is just a thing that you can use in the room with any game that has the right audio, or that has enough audio. It's like designed to be used with like AAA games, right? But like the hysterical thing is it's for sale. You can buy it right now for fucking $149. Don't buy this thing. Do not buy this thing for the love of God. This is just such a funny thing. These are the scents that you can buy to install in it, okay? Gunfire, explosion. Ah, the sweet scent of napalm. Forest, well, at least that sounds all right. Racing cars, storms, clean air. Blood. Coming. I know what Sports Arena smells like. It's not good. Fresh cut grass. That's for farming sim, guys. I have no idea. Subcrates did it. Now, I'll tell you this. I know for a fact people are, like, streamers are already considering buying this shit as, like, a Beam Boozled type thing for subathons. So, I think that's where you're gonna see it. You're gonna see crazy streamers who like to get laughed at. Fighting game community, yeah! You can now experience the smell of a Smash Brothers tournament without having to leave your house. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. So, I just fucked up. What are you doing? No job? Well, I gotta get these dwarves back inside. You wanna tip your favorite streamer a fart? I mean, maybe now you can. All right, so I just had a dwarf run off into the caverns because we clipped the edge of the caverns while I was building this. Because this was just a black area, but where are you going? Okay, I need to hit this and go nope, nope, nope. Crampton, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. And I'm gonna try get the upper layer built on this in a second. Before they make it in. What are they equipped with? Low guns. Come on, dwarves. Well. Well, how big of an army is this? Doesn't look too bad. It's time to fight some snakemen. Some snakemen. Here's the thing. I do have 2 war elephants, so here's hoping it hits those. I also have a lot of baby elephants right here. So let's move 3 war elephants, actually. So let's just type in war. Okay. Let's try and move the war elephants into here. I need to stop clicking on the map. do all this. And all this. All right. Here they come. Gem Setter, Fallout Rain, withdrawals from society. They have indeed chosen death. Ire Stupid, thanks for checking out 3 gifts. Very much appreciated, man. Oh, they appear to be backing up a little bit, which is what I need. No, not my baby elephant. You motherfugglers. You asshole. You big meanie. It's a goddamn baby elephant. What's it even going to do? Can you please fire some bolts? Okay, so do you even have a crossbow? You do. Can you start? There you go. So Stingray is firing bolts, who is terrified while in conflict. He actually fires at the copper bolt at the Serpent Man, but they block it with a shield. Although they did just drop a Goblin Cap Spear. In fact, actually, I'm just going to try and move these dwarves back here a little bit because you're just going to run in and die now, aren't you, Stingray? Although you're dodging around relatively effectively, so I guess that's good. I was worried about that. All right, well, Stingray may not live to tell many more tales, I think, because all he's seeing is Snake Man tail. He is, however, in a martial trance, which is allowing him to dodge a lot of things, but I don't think it's going to allow him to do too much aside from that. He is trying to dodge back towards things that are useful. Muthcat, the Ost Storlut, the Folds of Dimpling, who did kill a goblin a dozen times or so, is here to assist and now is drowning. Great. Although so is one of these blowgunners. Maybe you can climb out. 2 of them are now drowning. This is excellent. Everybody loves drowning. It's everybody's favorite drowning pool. Let the bodies hit the Dwarf, if you will. You're now unconscious and drowning. You're overexerted, unconscious and drowning. Well, that's great. Everybody's favorite time for drowning. Where are you going? Going to go die too? Oh, hey, excellent. There's also elk birds coming in. It's a party. We got more dwarves running in to go and fight now. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. As you can see, there's plenty of Serpent Man blood on the ground, so I guess that's a good thing. Grunty Thirst is helping. Edem here is in a martial trance. They are a competent mace dwarf, and they do have no bolts left, so that's not good. They've clearly fired all of their bolts. I'm going to try unforbidding some of these bolts, and here's hoping we can get more. It appears that Stingray is in many pieces down in the bottom corner, and we do have more dwarves running down. More bolts are being fired, so at the very least, that's happening. Kavish is at the back firing bolts as well. The cavern creatures are moving through. There's also a Ruthrer in here, as if there wasn't enough fun happening already. 2 more dwarves have now fallen, Eustath and Grunty Thirst. We didn't need this. I really, really, really didn't need this. Where's those goddamn elephants? The war elephants. Where are they? Okay, well, one of them is being led down, so at least that'll help. We've got more dwarves coming in to assist, as well as more dwarves running into suicide, as they should. Damn right. We've Ire Stupid, thanks for the $1. The snake people are actually starting to fall back just ever so slightly. Probably got something to do with the fact that the dwarves are consistent, at the very least. We have Servesh here, who's running around punching this Ruthrer. The 2 dwarves that fell into the water died, so that's also good. I'm going to try moving the military up. Rest in peace, Stingray. And they run down into the bottom area down here, where that last Ruthrer is, then back off as the creatures slink off into the caverns. Boy, I'm gonna see if I can get this sealed off again. So the named dwarves that were lost there were Stingray, or the dwarves that were lost there were Stingray, Muthcat, Stazir, Edem, and Eustath, which is a damn shame. There you go. So, I'm gonna split into a sports commentator. I mean, being a Dwarf Fortress combat commentator is a very specific niche that doesn't pay super well and it doesn't hire very frequently. So hopefully when like this industry ceases to exist, some sports is hiring. And also apparently there's now goblins attacking me. Great. I'm happy it's snake people and not something that flies, though. I was getting real annoyed with the constant, like, cave swallow people. I'm not gonna lie. Like, real annoyed. So, I'm happy it's, like, something that doesn't fly. There we go. Human caravan has arrived to trade, apparently. I'm sorry, Stingray, by the way. At least you died in glory. Sure. Yes, Crampton King. That was indeed a time of all time to tune in, I would say. There's also a dead goblin in my hallway. As I go down here to, you know, make more coffins. I don't think that'll fit, so bother. Okay, and also I need to block this off. Terrified while in conflict. In conflict with what? Goblin thief. Ah. Please go kill this goblin thief. We need the free bags. As it is just, I'm pretty sure, punching it. Yep. Striking it in the head with, wait, what? You're beating it to death with a crutch. Ow. Dwarf Dragoon, what kind of dwarf would you like? You died protecting baby elephants, it was worth it. All right. I'm glad you are satisfied with your glory. For that is in fact what it is. Glory. I need to make sure I do these at an angle where they can actually get to it. Those will be my tombs. No, the intelligent undead is alive. Assuming you mean this one, yes. Rakust. Did you have another dwarf in this fort, Dragoon? Or was that the last fort? Because if you did, then I have to name you the second. Last fort? Okay. I'll just call you Dragoon. You're still the greatest. You are unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things, even the most futile action once his mind is made up. He is easily moved to mercy and he is trusting. He has little interest in joking around and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and can occasionally overindulge and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is a friendly individual. Occasionally, Luke can lose focus on the matter at hand, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He bites his nails when he gets bored, and he constantly rolls his eyes. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and has gone without a drink for far too long. Aww. And does not really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally believes artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest of ideals. He likes claystone, lead, and jade, seahorse leather and battle axes, flasks and cows for their hunting moves, and giant ticks for their ability to expand, pines for their needles, and the words of the drumming, and the words of the certainty of directions and the sound of the rhythm of drumming and the sight of the festive bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume banded knife fish and strawberry wine and sunberry seeds and strawberries, and absolutely hates toads. I want to look at your description. So you're missing some teeth, you're covered in scars, but you do have most of your body still, so that is good. Welcome to the fort. Although you haven't fully joined the fort just yet. Also, we have a dwarf that has begun a mysterious construction over at the jeweler's workshop with just rock crystals. And also I have to do diplomacy. This is the humans. I didn't request pets last time, but I will request pets again because they, in fact, have elephants and grizzly bears. I'm just going to request grizzly bears this time, though, because those are the best war animals, in my opinion, that I can get from them. Let's just sell them used clothes. I already have a hospital. I've got a very large functioning hospital. It's right here. I built it towards the end of, well, I had a small temporary one, and then I built this one towards the end of yesterday.
Been pretty busy lately, so
hey,
I've
guys.
been able to catch the streams. Hoping you are well crypt happy.
Getting by, taking a, well, not really a vacation, but taking a weekend to myself. Realized I have an artifact copper warhammer. I don't recall that. Must have stolen it from somewhere. I realize I could just melt these down, but I'd rather just do that. And I'm going to keep the silver flail because that thing's cool. Oh, also, get rid of these catapult parts. What's going on here? Chat, you guys want to give him the TLDR? This fort was really happy. Has created, Fallout Rain has created Onul Shemeb, a rock crystal statue of Kogan Metal Attic, and offers it to the living fire. Well, that's going in my library. But it's going to give me a moment to get that into the library, because currently still doing this. Uh-oh, well, that was unintentional. Oh, I also need to make more coffins. But yeah, chat, so TLDR, some goblins got into the fort from a siege, and I have a necromancer mare, so the infinite resurrecting loop for a couple of minutes doesn't help the dwarves' moods much at all. And then we just had some cavern creatures get into the fort, so we just had to kill those, and that also doesn't help, so it's been kind of a cacophony recently. But I'm trying to catch up with it. Ironically, there's more happy dwarves now than there was at the start of the stream. Although the number of upset dwarves has gone up again because we just lost some more dwarves. Yeah, also we have an intelligent undead baby. So one of my dwarves is going to be carrying an infant that also happens to be dead for their entire life. Well, at the very least, I can buy a whole lot of food off of you, humans. That's fine. Could just barely afford the one cheese, so I'm just not even gonna bother because I can make my own. So yeah. Overall, I'm pretty sure I can recover the moods in this fort. It's just gonna take a little bit. I'm relatively confident I can do that. But what have you been up to, guys? Hope things have been well. Just check something. Manager. Alive. Doing too many extracurricular tasks. You got yelled at for jaywalking. Who yelled at you? Somebody in a car? Are you jaywalking close enough to a car that you'd be in earshot? I can't say I've ever been yelled at for jaywalking. I did get yelled at for riding a bike once, which was funny because I was like in the bike lane. Or at least I thought it was funny. I don't know. Oh, game's paused. That's probably not helping. I don't need to take back the road from cars. However, I would like to coexist with cars on the road. Be nice if they'd stop cutting me off, though. Specifically, like, pickup trucks. And I also wish that people would just stop doing UEs because those are just completely illegal here, as much as people like to ignore the fact that laws exist. But, you know. If people could just stop doing UEs through the bike lane, specifically, that'd be nice. Because, you know, I generally am not paying attention to oncoming traffic, but if there's oncoming traffic driving directly towards me that then suddenly does this and starts to drive directly towards me into my bike lane because they decide to pull a UE and... as long as they would stop doing that, I'd be okay. Irish Stupid, thanks for $3. Appreciate you. Means a lot, mate. All right, so let's place that statue. Just don't know where to put it specifically. Place it up here. And how often do you get a gem statue? Oh shit, that's one of the new icons. Oh, also, Gaius, since you haven't been around in a while, there is a experimental branch build right now that includes a whole bunch of really neat things, including searchable UI and editable job permissions. It's not, you know, perfect, but it's certainly a very nice addition. So if you see some new UI elements, it's not DF hack, it's the unfinished branch.
Type 1 if you hate elves.
I would recommend you type 2, because why would you hate elves? What's wrong with elves? I don't generally appreciate role-playing fantasy racism in my chat. And the game just crashed. So that's nice. Thanks for $2. Type 1 if you love kobolds. Now that's something I can get behind. Yep, and I disable it as everybody should. Claiborne. Fantasy racism killed the game? Yep, seems like it. So was that before that fight happened? Was it? Yeah, it was.
Yeet.
That kind of sucks.
Hype. Need more DF in my life.
But also, I'm not gonna complain too loudly. There are plenty of elven factions I've disliked in the past. I've got nothing against elves. It's just like there are plenty of humans I don't like, but I don't dislike humans in general. Dislike individuals. Don't dislike the race. No, I don't. I dislike using DF hack. One of my mods is an elf, also a bean. Stingray, you are in fact alive again, yes. For me, DF hack is like using console commands to play a Elder Scrolls game. Can it be useful to fix bugs sometimes? Oh, absolutely. Is it something I want to use during normal play? Absolutely not. And that's how I feel about console commands to play video games. If you want to use them, be my guest. It's baffling to me that people keep asking me why I don't. Beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you...
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Communion of Cancer, are you for real? That's... Huh. Something, I gotta say. Devilon, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. And Sen, thank you very much for the Prime for a 5th month. And Aqua, thank you very much for the 38th month. And Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you for the $1. They want a jeweler guild. Do I not already have a jeweler guild? Am I going crazy? Oh, this is a gem setter guild. Okay, so I need a jeweler guild specifically. Okay, well, I think I can do that. Let's just expand this room and make the back half of this a jeweler guild. I think that, like, there is a place for tools like that. Kosei Camp? I want to read your name as Kosei Camp, but I'm pretty sure it's Chaos Camp. Let me know if I'm completely wrong. But I think that there is absolutely a place for tools like DF Hack. I personally feel that as somebody who is displaying a game as his job and isn't particularly bothered by the way the game plays in a vanilla state, that I feel that I would be doing the game a disservice if I promoted the game as a game that needs external tools to be played, because I don't think it is. Can it certainly make things in the game easier? Absolutely. Can it make things in the game more convenient? Totally. Is it a necessary tool to play the game? Absolutely not. And the only feature I actively use from it is quick save. For a bit there, I was using the search functionality, but now we have that in vanilla, so why would I even need that? Play the game the way that you are most comfortable playing it, and if that's using DF Hack, use DF Hack. If that is not using DF Hack, don't use DF Hack. Servesh, the clother, withdraws from society. But for me, my biggest issue with it is it makes it way too easy for me to cheat. And cheating, for me, is negating the purpose of the game. And for me, the purpose of Dwarf Fortress, this is my opinion once again, the purpose of Dwarf Fortress is to act as fantasy Mad Libs to create a narrative in your brain. And when I say fantasy Mad Libs to create a narrative in your brain, what I mean is Dwarf Fortress is a game that forces you to read dwarven descriptions to give you a description of dwarves building a fortress and the narrative that that creates. And DF Hack, my biggest issue with it, especially the current iterations of it, is it makes it very, very easy to ignore those mechanics. As an example, the additions that they made to the military screen. The search functionality is fantastic. However, it allows you to completely avoid looking at the dwarves' descriptions by simply looking at their at the recommendeds. And that is the problem that I have with Dwarf Therapist. I don't like that because it stops me from reading the descriptions of the dwarves and skimming the descriptions of the dwarves, which is what builds the narrative of the game in my head. Is it more convenient? Fuck yeah, it is. Does it make the playing of the game better? I don't particularly like tools like Auto Butcher, which a lot of people do like. The reason I don't like it is because part of the gameplay for me is remembering that every other season I should probably butcher some of my animals. I don't really like Auto Loom because I like the portion of the game where I manage my thread, and if I fuck up and forget to do that, to me it's cheating to forget to fuck up and do that. Yes, I'm playing on the experimental branch. I think they're the same now. At least the first week they weren't. They might both be the same. It's like beta 20 something for 50.12. But chat room, thank you very much for that hype train. You guys are very kind. I mean, it really does mean a lot. Bracken Soul, thanks for the 5-pack, which just barely levels it up. Thank you very much, dude. And hey, Peter, one of the OGs around these parts. So, like, I don't think that automating those parts of the game make the game better. Some people do. I don't. I know there are some people who like to play Dwarf Fortress much more like a sandbox and less of a story-generating management game. So for those people, things like stress equals 0 or spawning items in or Fast Dwarf or Dig Now are a benefit. But for me, it's not a benefit. Don't uninstall it. That's the thing, though. If you're an advanced player, have DF Hack running. But don't uninstall it. Just open up DF Hack and type in overlay or disable overlay. And all that does is it removes every single feature from DF Hack, but lets it run in the background. So if you want to quick save, you can quick save. If the game breaks or if the frame rate dies suddenly, you can check and try and figure out why that's happening. And I think DF Hack is useful there, right? Like if my frame rate suddenly dumps to 0, I'm going to type in exclamation point, or not exclamation point. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to type in exterminate, right? And I'm going to press enter. And that'll tell me what's on the map, right? Stuff like that. You know, it is useful to have it running, but the way I play the game, having all of the features active, takes away a lot of the substance that the game gives if you're not using it. Yeah, no, totally, guys. So, like, I think about it this way. If you're somebody who's modding the ever-living crap out of Skyrim... Did I accidentally click a thing? I don't know what you mean. Oh, no, you didn't. Because it said that it was automatic. Ads are automatically snoozed if there's a hype train happening. That's just an automatic thing that Twitch does. So no, you didn't click anything. It's all good. Just my neighbor. I can respond to that later. But yeah, anyway, it's kind of like if you play a lot of Skyrim, right? If you're doing your first playthrough ever of Skyrim, you probably want to, you know, add some quality of life mods because it's Skyrim and that game's 11 years old, or older than that now. 13 years old? Jesus Christ. If you're playing your first playthrough of Skyrim, you probably shouldn't know the no-clip and the automatically complete quest and the infinite health console commands. However, if you're doing your 47th playthrough of Skyrim, and you're used to a couple of bugs that you're used to finding, you probably should know those because it'll make your playthrough smoother. But your first playthrough, I wouldn't advise somebody have all the tools at their fingertips to cheat. But it's just like if you're playing RimWorld for the first time, you probably shouldn't enable the, like, dev menu. This just lets, DF Hack just lets you enable the dev menu. So if you have enough knowledge of how to play the game that you know where the game is breaking and how you can fix it, that allows you to fix it. You got a drink storage shaped thing like a ooh. Cool. What are you storing in it, if I had to ask? Also, Clino, since I have your attention, any news on the DF forums? All right, I was gonna queue a thing up, and now I can't remember what it was. I'm making a guild hall, I know that. So we're making raw green glass, collecting sand slowly. This should be off, sweet. Neurokeys, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. You were very kind. You guys have done a lot for me this week. Although it's technically not February anymore. So we're in the next paycheck cycle now. Oh, I was showing off my bottle of Suntory Hibiki Harmony. Master Select this morning on the topic of Japanese whiskey. All right, how's the value of this? Still high enough. Let's get the Jewelry Guild queued up in here. Thank you, Devil Don. Appreciate you. So this... This menu is another menu that needs to be sorted. Jeweler, okay. Well, the value, that's almost high enough already, which is kind of funny. So let's build a wall along here. I'm very kind of annoyed by that crash, actually. Even though it like directly saved a bunch of my dwarves' lives, I'm still kind of annoyed by it. Unconstruct all these anyway, because I don't need them here. And then I think the wall will continue up to here, maybe? But the value of it's going to drop pretty considerably because of all of those things getting moved out. Snatcher, protect the children. So these were the Snatchers that came running in earlier. And we push them out. Kind of not a huge issue. I should also make more coffins, actually. Even though that other calamity didn't end up happening. Damn, sweet. Any plans to play any more Keeper RL? I'm going to play more on Tuesday, not today. Today is intended as a short stream because I'm going on a short trip this weekend. I'm going to Victoria. So I... am going to be... Ooh. Okay, hold on. Mebzith, are you stuck somewhere? Got a bunch of, like, cancel item drop-off things, which is not great. Let's go up to there. Who's Victoria? The city of, shall we say? I'm actually hanging out with my friend Kevin. We're going to go drink a bunch of beer. I'll post pictures on the Discord if you're in my Discord. It's a city that is known enough for its bar crawling scene that there is a song from the 80s about it. Well, 90s. Yes. Thank you very much for that hype train. That kind of blew away my expectations, guys. We're also about to hit an ad break, so I will let that run. So all your surface trees are fruit trees. Is it worth keeping them and rush to the caverns for food? You only need like a few dozen fruit trees at most. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. You guys are very kind, and I will in fact save the game, yes. Thanks for the 23 subscriptions and the $6 in biddies. Once again, you guys are very kind. And hopefully that ad break hits in a second. So it's while the game is saving. It was giving me a countdown, but you know, now it's taking time. But yeah, as far as Keeper RL goes, and it snoozed again. What the hell? Here, let's click the run button. Should just run it. There we go. The plan for Keeper RL is I will be playing it kind of as my evening game, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. Oh, it already lost me a subscriber on YouTube. Yay! I will be playing it as my evening game next week, and probably not uploading too many more videos of it. I might upload like, I don't know, something at some point, but it's probably just gonna be the one main video and then just the VODs on the VOD channel. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if there's a hype train running, the ads don't run. So, but that's a game that I've wanted to get into for a while, and it's doing quite well on Steam right now. I mean, it's every single day since it's come out of early access, it's broken its best ever player count. So let's see where it's at right now. Actually, it's at 550 players right now, which is. Yeah, so the peak player count was 30 minutes ago, which was 584, which is pretty great. I mean, like, this game's doing quite well. Like, for reference, before early access, I think its highest ever player count, yeah, it was like 130 or something. So it is doing quite well. It's at least as a game releasing. I mean, it's what? Yeah, it's in 129 in the top sellers, which isn't incredible, but, you know, it is doing what I would describe as quite well for a early access release game, which is nice. And of course, like, I can tell you right now, it's not a game that will hook me as long as Dwarf Fortress does, right? It's not a game that I'm going to play for 1,000 hours, but it's a game that I could very easily put 50 hours into, maybe 100 hours into, from what I've seen. And it's a $15 game right now, and a $20 game at full price, and that is fantastic value for money. I think that some people who played Dwarf Fortress are a little bit spoiled in a way. I think people expect more from that type of game. Like, I've already seen some comments in like Steam reviews and such, basically just like comparing it to Dwarf Fortress, and it's like, well, it's not trying to be Dwarf Fortress, so don't pretend it's trying to be Dwarf Fortress. It's like Dungeon Keeper, and Dungeon Keeper is a game with a campaign that you play through and hopefully enjoy, and then once you're done playing through the campaign, you then can play like the skirmish mode. But realistically, it's a game with a campaign that you play through and then you're done, right? And that's kind of the way those games work usually. So I feel like the existence of certain games make existing for other games difficult because they get unfairly compared to games that they're not even directly trying to compete with. Just because they operate in a relatively... I can sell these totems. It's because they operate in a relatively similar space. I will keep the panda skull totems because those are kind of awesome. Nothing is like Dwarf Fortress, exactly. So I, at least when I'm looking at my audience and the people who watch my videos, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to like cover other games because they're like, why don't you just play Dwarf Fortress? It's like, well, because I like a little bit of variety sometimes. I like to pretend that other games exist now and again. Come on. So, yes, I will in fact play more of that because I enjoy it so far. We'll keep the quartzite and obsidian crowns. Yeah, exactly. Factorio versus every other factory game, you know. I'm another game that I'm looking forward to that's coming out early access this year is Odd Realm, and that game is going to get that even more because the way I described that game, and I talked to the dev about this, and it kind of blew his mind a little bit, which I thought was kind of funny because I've had a beer with the dev. Is this game, right? This is leaving early access this year. This is Odd Realm. It's kind of like if Dwarf Fortress was Minecraft, this would be Terraria. It's a similar take on a similar idea from a completely different design perspective. Like it's got Z levels, it's got the same camera perspective, the controls are largely similar, but like the goals and what you're actually doing in the game are completely different. So, you know, it's that kind of thing. All right, let's get this diplomacy over with. Napalm Sideburns meets with the human necromancer High Treasure Igil. Great. I see why we both have necromancers in our worlds. Anyway, let's go back down to pets, and I'll just request grizzly bears again. Other water skins and crystal glass goblets. Well, I'm not making crystal glass goblets for you. However, I can probably make some water skins. Oh, absolutely, Yvonne. Absolutely. You thought that Dwarf Fortress owned the rights to Z levels? Well, I will say this. Part of the reason I respect Keeper RL is it's the only colony builder, if you even want to call it that, game that I am aware of that actually gave in to the demands from the community and made it into a fucking, and actually added, I'm gonna remove napalm from these squads because that's mildly annoying, and actually added Z levels. Like, Keeper RL has Z levels because the community bugged him enough to add Z levels. It's like, RimWorld committed and didn't. Keeper RL did. And it's kind of janky and doesn't really work in the engine, but like, does work enough. So, that's kind of neat. That happens sometimes, Killer Spud. That happens sometimes. It's rare, but it can happen. Powered by AI just makes the whole thing into a joke, by the way. Our Hoel, if you're still watching. All right, so the clother has created a sheeple cape and offers it to the living fire, and it is called Balad Kesh Vush Atrid. I think we should give that to our mayor, because a necromancer in a cape is hysterical. This is a sheepwool cape. That's a very expensive sheepwool cape. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round native copper cabochons and octagon-cut rock crystals, and decorated with sheep's wool. It is made from sheep's wool cloth and menaces with spikes of sheep's wool and mule bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in rock crystal. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Subtlescribe by the living fire of the veiled halls in the early spring of 521. On the item is an image of an abaca tree in true platinum. On the item is an image of dwarves in rock crystal. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Subtlescribe, which, yes, is a joke on Subscribe. On Subtlescribe, by the living fire of the veiled halls in the early spring of 521. Wait, what? I'm very confused. I'm assuming there needs to be like a /S on there somewhere. Plano. Because I don't remember nor have any idea what you are talking about. I also don't know what this hammer is or if I made it. So I'm just gonna double check. Did I make a warhammer? Oh, wow, I see. I guess we stole a warhammer. This is a copper warhammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Decorated with Cody bone. Huh. Had no idea. Well, ain't that interesting? Looks very interesting. The thing that hurts me more than anything about Odd Realm is nobody plays it. I will say that Odd Realm has about 30 hours worth of content in it right now, and it's pretty cheap. 30 to 40 hours worth of content. And when it releases out of early access, it's getting another playable race. And currently, I think has 2? Might have a 3rd one. It's been a minute since I last played. Definitely a joke? Okay. Because RimWorld did get a cease and desist from something at one point. RimWorld got a cease and desist from the Red Cross for having red crosses on their medkits. By the way, don't fuck with the Red Cross when making a video game. Pro tip. Just don't do it. Because they will send you a cease and desist. I don't know if I would say fuck the Red Cross. There's certainly worse groups out there. I just think it's kind of funny that of all things, that's what they got a cease and desist from. When you think about the fact that we're talking about RimWorld. Low-key a scam for money funneling? Isn't every charity group by that logic? Like, sure, absolutely. But, like, they still do good in the world. More good than bad. They're just very, very militant about protecting the usage of red crosses. Should sue the Swiss flag. You know? That sounds like a headline The Onion would write. You should go submit that to The Onion and see if you can get that written. Used to tell us a story from his older brother, and his older brother stormed the beaches of Normandy, and when everything settled down, the Red Cross set up to offer to aid to the troops at a price. You had to pay if you wanted anything to drink and eat. You realize that Normandy was a long time ago, right? But also, yeah, that's historically accurate. I remember reading about that. I don't know. I'm not here to defend the Red Cross, so I think that that's a funny story. I'm just not going to directly condemn their existence because they have done a lot of good in the past. I just think it's funny that they sent RimWorld a cease and desist. That's it. Actually, to be more specific, I think it's really funny whenever that happens to a video game because it's such a common precedent that, like, if you are making a video game and you use a logo that looks like their logo, they will send you a cease and desist. It's a matter of time, not if. And it's happened before with other games, and it's just funny. That's all. Nuanced? What that? I've never even heard the word. Let's just go around the edges here. Get rid of all the gnarly, unpretty stone. Yeah, no, it's just like RimWorld devs being RimWorld being the game that allows you to commit like absolutely horrific atrocities, and the thing they get in trouble for is putting a cross that happens to be red in the game on a med kit. Like, I don't know. I just think that's really funny. Although it did get banned in Australia for a hot second, but that wasn't a very long period of time either. Also, games getting banned in Australia isn't even surprising. Like, that just happens constantly. Shelves mounted on rails. Phew, I mean, I did at like an industrial level working in restaurants, but not under a sink. I played quite a bit of DF before I started streaming DF actively, and a stat tracking site says that I'm somewhere in the ballpark of 10,000 hours streamed, so I don't know. I would guess 12,000 hours, maybe? Something like that? I can't give you an exact number because I played it for a long period of time before it was on Steam, and it didn't have any kind of number tracking until it was on Steam. Oh, cool. Lovely. But remember how I tried to change the subject 90 seconds ago? Could we do that? Because I'm not here to condemn the Red Cross, but I'm also not here to defend the Red Cross. I was just simply making a statement about the Red Cross, and I don't want to start arguments in my chat about the Red Cross, all right? So can you stop? That's your last warning. Next person to bring it up gets timed out, and we'll move on. It's not that complicated of a question and request. There's absolutely issues with the Red Cross. End subject. Shut up. Easy peasy. Let's also make more rock coffins, because I don't think I did that. I mean, like, there's lots of groups in the world that do some good and a lot of bad. Fucking shocker. People suck. Who's surprised by this? Weird. Yeah, and chat's crossed it, Vaporizer. All right, there we go. That should be satisfied, at least for now. Let's worry about bedrooms again. Double check a bunch. Okay, actually, how are we doing on bedroom numbers? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need like 6 more bedrooms. I was making those down underground, but I don't really want to have too many of those down there. Trying to figure out a new subject to jump through from that, and I'm also staring at chat to make sure nobody actually like breaks the thing that I requested. It's like I'm sitting here with like a sniper rifle being like, all right, who's gonna do it? Who do I get to bop? But yeah, you know, chat's behaving. It's nice. Anyone got a screwdriver? I have two. I got one of those funny ones that like you can like pop it up and then twist it and then pop it back down and it has a different end to it. And then I have one that you have to manually pull the tips out and replace them. I also have a hammer. Could also work. Can you borrow? Sure. Just hop over. Royal Green would like Dwarf. I do not have a goblin that would perfectly fit your name. But do you have preference on type of dwarf? See you in a mo. Yeah, it's gonna take you like a month to walk here, I think. That's pretty accurate. You have orange juice, but no vodka. I don't have either, actually. A planter. Planter. Beard or no beard? Do you have anger preference? Or do you just want somebody who's like gonna live and does planting? So we got like Ton, we got Stackhood, who's pissed, we got Imush, who's neutral, we got Cole, beard. Okay, let's go with okay, you're not actually a planter. Ton it is then, is what you were getting. Royal Green is currently hauling some plump helms. The plumpest of helmets. And is frequently depressed, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He never deliberates before acting to the point of being considered thoughtless, and easily falls in love and develops positive feelings, and is an optimist, is unfriendly and disagreeable, and is bothered by this, since he values friendship. He is genuinely unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and sometimes can act with little determination and confidence, thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and is often nervous, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, can handle stress, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind about things. Where did you go? There you are. He personally strongly values tranquility and quiet. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes pudding stone, aluminium, star sapphire, and worm tooth. That's a strange concept. Guinea fowls for their social nature, and giant foxes for their cunning. The sight of meandering play, and when possible prefers to consume rat. Like live rat. Pond turtle, and finger mullet beer. And absolutely hates fire snakes. He has a very long beard. He has no family and is a member of the High Doctrines. Let's just do a thing real quick. Let's go down to weapons. Melt. Keep you. Melt. Melt. Keep you. Melt. Obviously keep. Melt. 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 And we'll keep the flail. What's up, Wasp? Okay, well, I could fit 2 bedrooms, or a bedroom right there. Trying to see where else I could fit some bedrooms. Some right here, or at least one right here. Need more of this quartzite. Which I'm running low on. I mean, I still have plenty of boulders, but matter of cutting them up. How goes the fortress? Things were way worse a minute ago, and I got a very convenient crash, which I always have mixed feelings about when that happens, but it was a very convenient crash. We got a couple dwarves killed at a really inopportune moment, and turns out game decided to not, and that was beneficial. It's actually the second beneficial crash we've had in this fort. Which is, like, kind of weird, actually. Okay. I need some rock blocks. So let's do rock blocks. Let's pick a material that I have a lot of. Let's do 300 quartzite. And then let's get some gems cut. Except let's do onyx opal. On repeat. And you're gonna go cut raw glass. And let's get you just doing all of them. So something that I'm going to try and do, or not try, in a little bit here, this is going to be made into Tavern. Big old Tavern. So we're going to move the Tavern down into there while we're working on these bedrooms and getting bedrooms built. I'm just assuming a lot of these doors probably have, yep, let's use the ones with gems specifically. I don't have furniture with gems specifically, or beds. Well, actually, there is one. There's an avocado bed there with gems. Try and give the dwarves the nicer beds when they're available, you know. Okay, nothing fancy with the chests. And same's going to be for the cabinets, probably. And let's get some beds queued up in here. And the reason I'm going to do these one by one individually is because I want to know how many more I need to make. And we should be good now. Zuntir, I'm going to give you your own bed. Maybe it'll make you a little bit happier. We're also going to start smoothing all these walls, just to increase the values of these bedrooms ever so slightly. Wait, what about guidelines? What guidelines are we ignoring? Oh, right. Yeah, this was the dwarf that went nuts a while ago. Because of the... They tried to make an artifact that needed stuff that I didn't have access to, and I did my best, but my best wasn't enough, it turns out. It's a damn shame and very unfortunate, honestly. We're just making some more tombs. Bedrooms do need roofs. If you're building outside, you cannot even construct a bed unless there is a roof covering it. I have a question. Does your house in real life really need a roof? Or would you be okay with getting rained on all the time? Is a single dwarven death for your continued existence? It depends on the dwarf. Dwarves are kind of a mix between lemmings and the main character of the video game. It depends on who the dwarf is. If it's a dwarf that's really important to you personally, like a dwarf that you're attached to or a dwarf that you like following, that could be pretty important even if they're not a super skilled dwarf. If it's your best metalsmith, that might be annoying. If your king or queen dies, that could I tried to make those into bedrooms instead of tombs. That's funny. If your king or queen dies, that could impact your potential progress to becoming a mountain home, which is a possible end goal for some players. So it could impact your progress depending on what type of dwarf it is. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not the biggest deal. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not a huge deal in most cases. It's like one dwarf dying, not a big deal. 35 dwarves dying, probably a pretty big deal because dwarves dying makes the dwarf's family upset. And the longer it takes to get that dwarf properly memorialized, the longer that family stays upset and the worse they get. And if they get upset enough, then they can start committing crimes and they can start tantruming and injuring other dwarves. If you take even longer, then they could come back as a dwarf and then just negatively impact the moods of just about everybody. And the general mood of your fort can cause your fort to collapse under its own weight. So having a lot of dwarves die and having large numbers of actively dead dwarves can very negatively impact the potential survivability of the fortress. But like I said, as a whole, an individual dwarf dying, not the biggest deal. So I'm going to turn this pump on. We're going to fill this up with water. Well, not fill it up, but I'm going to move some water into here so we can get some plants growing in here. Once that wall is built. Waiting on that. This dwarf's doing it, though, so it's fine. All right, so a dwarf is going to come run through this little upper area down into here, and they're going to start pumping. And there it goes. Doesn't matter that there's dwarves down there. They might just get an unexpected, undesired shower, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I may also fill up an area right here and just use it as a well, so that I don't have to use this as a well. It would make my well safer. One dwarf dying in your hermit, one dwarf fort, game over. One dwarf dying in your 200 dwarf fort, well, at least you get once a year. You probably get 1 or 2 a year of natural causes, yeah. Or, you know, fortress construction mistakes or whatever. Were the only new dwarves are children from starter dwarves? Not really, but in older versions of the game, there was some caps where eventually you would stop getting migrants. Those have since been removed from the game. And I essentially did that in Long Death, which we kept alive for 470 years. Basically from year about 90 forward, I didn't get any migrants. And we kept that fort alive for 470 years, and literally the entire fortress was descendants from the original 7. Were you mud farming? Yep. Yes, I am, because I have no desires to try and compete with the caverns. I'm already kind of mud farming right here. In fact, this is me mud raising baby elephants. And also extra plants for harvesting purposes. There's so many hungry heads right there. It's very funny to me. Wait for the water to get to about there. Screw pumps are extraordinarily powerful, yeah. And also, these dwarves are getting happy thoughts running past this waterfall. Well, farming in mud is 5 times as effective as farming in surface dirt, which is the same as farming in the caverns. So the other thing I get, because this cavern is two levels tall, there is a chance, not a chance, but a guarantee that as mosses start to form, we will get giant mushrooms appearing on this level, which will be stuff that I can chop down. And because there's no trees on the surface, this is going to be my only naturally occurring source of wood, because I don't really have any interest in trying to compete for the caverns in this fort, outside of the occasional small invasion like the one we got before the game crashed. Let's let it get to about there. Nilla's fighting? Somebody fell. Oh, did you get hit by a minecart? Yep, somebody got hit by a minecart. Hell yeah. No, I mean, it's not, it's definitely a good way to get a lot of fuel up to a specific place. Well, giant mushrooms and also larger grazing fields for my elephants, because elephants require massive grazing fields. Okay, so if this is too deep to start, it should drain, just because some of these are 1. I'm actually going to widen this ever so slightly, because I can. Also, because it's more free microcline, and why not? Of course, these corners that I'm digging out right now will not get giant mushrooms growing in them, but they'll get other things. I mean, an ad breaks. We'll pause. Have I watched Dune Part 2 yet? When did it release? No, I haven't, but when did it release? Dune 2. It released March 1st. Okay, so I streamed for 11 hours and then edited video for an hour and a half yesterday. And I've streamed so far for 4 hours today. I edited a short this morning, and I watched the Formula 1 qualifying this morning. How in the world would I have watched Dune Part 2 yet? Also, why do you think I'm a big enough fan of Dune Part 2 to deal with being in a movie theater with other humans for that long? I like Dune. Dune's fine. I liked that first part. That was fine. Why in the world would I put myself through an unpleasant experience like sitting in a movie theater with other human beings? I'll probably go see it in like 2 or 3 weeks. That's, people have already said, the people I know that have already seen it have said it's good. So I'll go see it in like 2 or 3 weeks once the theaters aren't crowded. I don't like going to crowded theaters, and I also don't like movie theaters. I also don't like movies that much. I might even wait until it's on streaming. I like movies, but I don't like paying exorbitant amounts of money to go see a movie in an unpleasant environment. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I liked that. I like the first 2 books of Dune. I like the first 2 books of Dune, but it's not a priority. It's no Matrix, which I did go see in a crowded theater on like not release day, but a couple days within release. I am a much bigger Matrix fan than I am a Dune fan. They were showing fan first premieres. I don't even know what that means. Be careful where I click here. You're just, yeah, oh, I see. You also don't know what a fan first premiere is. Gotcha. Is this like where if you pay more money for a AAA video game, they let you play it a week early? the like fanboy tax or whatever. Or where you have to like sign up for a lottery to go see tickets or go see the movie early or something. Admittedly, I never read the first Dune. It was read out loud to me. So I got it the first time, but that's because it was read out loud to me when I was a kid. Think of the executives. They need their billions. Right. You just had your first round of Dwarfy deaths in the save, and in RimWorld, a game I'm more experienced with. A single death can be a game over and in the long run. Yeah, because RimWorld's a bad game. That doesn't like its players. Anyway, I was wondering if that could compare, and I've been getting a lot of insane dwarves due to not having the stuff that they want. That's just because well, you're talking about your first round of deaths. You're getting insane dwarves probably due to lack of experience with this video game, right? Like, there will be a point if you play a lot of Dwarf Fortress where that will be a non-issue. There will be a point where you will know how to overcome every single obstacle, because Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about like beating up the player with insurmountable shitty situations, right? That's what RimWorld is about. RimWorld is a game about beating the player into a pulp and then kicking you and then electrocuting you and then spitting on you and then saying, "Have fun, bitch," and then kicking you again. And it's for a certain type of person. Dwarf Fortress is like a role-playing sandbox where you just get a box of toys and are told to play with it. And if you like poke your finger on the needle at the bottom, well, that's your fault. You pulled all the toys out at once. So don't pull the toys out at once, and pull them out carefully, and you'll have a good time. You're gonna go hang with a friend. You're gonna lurk here and on the YouTubes. Cheers, Blue Owl. Appreciate you. That's why I really liked RimWorld during its early access. I stopped liking RimWorld after its early access. I stopped liking it for two reasons. All of the updates, which admittedly I didn't like that much post early access, cost money because they're like fucking DLC. The changes that they made to the game at 1.0 made me not want to play it anymore. Blue Owl, thank you very much for the gift sub. Appreciate you. And specifically, it's like, all of the tools that made the game a fun role-playing sandbox were removed. I love parts of RimWorld. I don't think it's a bad game. I just throw shade at it and call it a bad game because it's funny when fanboys get mad. But like, at the end of the day, I don't think it's a terrible video game. I think it's a very good video game that made some very poor development decisions towards the end of its early access that made it a significantly less pleasant and fun game for me to play. And I always found parts of that game's community to be awful. Specifically the hoorah cannibalism, making sofas out of people's skin people. Like I don't enjoy that. That is not a part of that community that I don't like. That I like. Admittedly, I also feel the same way about Dwarf Fortress's community in one niche situation, which is the weird anti-elf bullshit. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't like mechanics in games that bring out the worst in people. Is the short and long of that. So if there is a mechanic in your video game that the community runs with that actively points out how people can be horrible to either one another or in the video game, I don't like that. And call me old, call me dumb, call me sensitive, call me whatever you want. I don't really care. Personally, it makes me uncomfortable and I don't like it. If you're fine with it, that's by all means, go nuts, have fun. Enjoy your video games. Enjoy your gaming, and just keep it away from me. But if a game community does that, it does push me away from the game to a degree. At least with Dwarf Fortress, I have lots of rebuttals where, like, when people get weirdly anti-elf or, like, start RPing racism using elves as an analog, I can easily point out a few things in Dwarf Fortress that point out why that's a fan thing and a community and the thing that the community does and not actually a thing in the game. Because that's not how Dwarf Fortress works, right? Dwarves don't hate all elves. In fact, dwarves are the most tolerant race in the game. So, like, but because it's so ingrained in RimWorld, you just have to stand there and deal with it, and I don't like that very much.
I fixed the sink.
Yay!
Thanks for lending me your screwdriver.
No problem.
I'll get it back to you soon, Crypt Pog.
Sweet. Thanks for $2. And congrats on fixing the sink. Fixing things around the house is always a very satisfying feel. It's a player choice. Certainly you don't have to be, but there's no reason to not. And in a lot of situations, it's beneficial to be, right? In Dwarf Fortress, right? It is mechanically incorrect to state that all dwarves hate elves. The players can hate elves, but it's mechanically incorrect. So from the point of view of a streamer, when my chat is wanking off verbally about how much they love eating people and how great that mechanic is and how awesome it is and how much they love it, there's literally nothing I can do. And if I complain, then I'm just the big baby who doesn't like the video game, right? Even if it's a game that I enjoy playing. Does that make sense? Like, do you understand the difference there? I think you do. I hope you do. But, you know, that combined with the mechanical changes at 1.0 with doors and traps and then them deciding that apparently selling millions of copies of their video game isn't enough to run a small studio and they need to charge almost as much as the cost of a normal video game to get updates for their video game. Yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to disagree. But I will state this. Can't find my zombie? I don't know if you can disagree with this in good faith unless you've streamed literally thousands of hours of said video game. Because what I'm largely complaining about is the community. I'm not complaining about the mechanic. The mechanic can be in the game. It's the way the community talks about it that bothers me, right? The reason I stopped streaming that game was because I was tired of certain mechanics and because I was tired of reading my own chat. And I talk about video games from the perspective of somebody who has to read chat and converse with the community constantly while playing the game. And if I start getting chastised or feel shitty because I'm asking chat to stop talking about something constantly, which is a mechanic that most of the player base engages with, that is extremely different and extremely difficult to deal with. No, absolutely. My experience is different, which is why I don't know if you can necessarily disagree with my experience, which is what you're doing, because you have not had that experience. You've just played a video game, right? I would probably still play RimWorld if I wasn't a streamer. I find that the Dwarf Fortress community on average is significantly more tactful and intelligent. Of course, there's some niche examples where it's not, but I like this community a lot more, which is why I've dedicated a lot more of my time to this game. Sure, but there are games that let you do that in absurd ways that make a point and are interesting, right? Like, an example of that is Consumer Soft Products is, what was the name of that video game? What in the world was the name of that video game? I remember the name of the developer, not the video game. It's a good emote. Oh, Crypt Bounce is also new. Cruelty Squad. Cruelty Squad is a game that lets you harvest people's organs and sell them on a stock market while making a point. Right? That's also a game I can't play because it makes me violently motion sick. But it makes a point. It uses that mechanic to make a point. RimWorld uses the mechanic to make the game edgy and appeal to a certain audience. Hell yeah, Sam. Which CPU? I'm sure you probably mentioned it in chat and I definitely missed it. That caused the community the anti-elf take and how much they regret it in retrospect? You need to remember also, Clino, that like Zach and Tarn are the people who made don't blank on the name of the game. Liberal Crime Squad, which is a slightly more blunt video game than Dwarf Fortress. Slightly, you know, slightly. To the point where, like, I'm almost iffy about streaming that game. Just because, not because I don't like it, I've played it, but because like, I'd be worried about some of the conversations that we'd have in chat. What the fuck is that? An emote that Elfie made. It's crypt undulates, because sometimes, you know, Forgotten Beasts undulate rhythmically. We had a Forgotten Beast that was made of fire, and it did nothing aside from undulate rhythmically. And chat was just joking about its undulations, that thus being rhythmical. And so Elfie drew that, and I was like, how much to make that into an emote? And she sent me a price, and I paid it, and she made it into an emote, and now we have an emote. Also, Twitch gave us all absurdly large numbers of like new animated emote slots. I think I have like 25 more that I could make, which is just absurd. So Disco Elysium was a nice game. Awful game for streaming. Awful story about the studio post-game releasing. Weird drama. Game I wish I could play. I will never play because of streaming, but interesting video game, yes. Take all the notes, guys. Eek, John Carmack? I don't believe I've ever gotten John Carmack before. I do get Linus tech tips relatively frequently, though. Although people haven't referred to me as sounding like Linus as much as of late. I don't know. I don't talk about my car enough to sound like John Carmack. Whenever I think about John Carmack, I just think about that GDC talk that he did, which was 4 hours long, and 80% of it was just him talking about his Ferrari. Okay. Maybe it was a QuakeCon talk. I can't actually remember. One of the two. That place is pretty empty right now. YouTube chat is lurker chat. If you want to lurk or have passive conversations with other people and not get bothered by me, that's the place to do it. I do see the chat over there, and I do occasionally respond to it, but Twitch chat's just a lot busier. I wouldn't say it's empty. I mean, there's 50 people watching. If I was actively engaging with that chat, it would be busier. To try and sell something? True. The reason people think I sound like Linus is because I'm a similar build. I have a similar pitched voice, and he literally, like, the Linus Tech Tips offices are like a 30-minute bus ride that way. So I'm very close to them. To give you an idea, they named their server Wannock. I grew up in Wannock, which is a place nobody fucking has heard of except for the fact that they named their server Wannock. So it's a suburb of the greater Vancouver area that has a population of like 5,000 sheep and like maybe 500 people. Although the population of it's probably gone up a lot now, well, a lot more now, because there's a lot of like suburban hell in there instead of just like tiny little gravel roads with the occasional house on it. I've got the brains of Carmack? Fuck no, I don't. Christ. Carmack's a genius. I'm an idiot who barely graduated high school, who plays video games and smokes weed and talks a lot. I disagree with that heavily. If I had the brains of Carmack, I would actually have a potential future. Trying to figure out why this spear dwarf just ran down there first. What? Cheers, Bombad. I usually go there once a year. Next time you head out there, I recommend you go to Cavity Curiosities. If you like black metal or industrial music. And also John's Place. Best breakfast. Spoons if you want a shittier but also good breakfast. Should really make stuff out of these bones again. See, here's the thing. What have I... You saying that I have the brains of John Carmack is one of the biggest proofs that you know almost nothing about me, I guess. Neither have I, guys. How tall is one elevation? There's a lot of arguments and discussion about this because there's no like actual answer to the question, but the general consensus from what I can tell is a couple of meters, like 2 meters or so. About twice to 3 times as tall as a dwarf, because a dwarf has to climb up it. Same with humans. Well, it proves nothing to you, but it proves plenty to me, guys. And fortunately for me, your opinion doesn't matter here. What you know about me doesn't matter. What matters is that I know the truth and you don't. Okay, so let's see, what is John Carmack, right? John Carmack is a programmer, engine designer, and computer scientist. I can't write HTML code. Also, he hasn't worked at id Software in a very, 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 very long time. I am horrifically bad at programming. I've taken several programming courses and failed the first one I took and gave up halfway through the second one and didn't finish going to it. I used to try to program in NQC, which was a derivative of C, which was to program robots, specifically Lego Mindstorms, and I was so bad at it. Around the time I gave up, my dad decided to learn it. And now my dad has a career in robotics and engineering because of it, and because I gave up. And my dad really liked it. So it was part of the reason he decided to change career paths. So if you're saying that I'm a better John Carmack, we couldn't be more different in our skill sets, so comparing us is a moot point. If you want to say I'm more interesting to listen to, sure. But saying I'm just better is kind of moronic, in my opinion. It makes you sound really dumb, because it makes you sound like you know absolutely nothing about me, which is probably true in this case. And it also makes it sound like you think that I have the same type of intelligence as another very intelligent person. And that is just straight up not the case. Well, my dad doesn't program engines. My dad designs automation systems and programs them in BASIC, generally, because most of those machines still run on ancient Windows or ancient software. The modern ones, he doesn't program, his assistant programs. And I also can't really do that sort of work. I'm pretty good with mechanical mechanisms. I can repair a tape deck. I can tune a record player. I can fix a radio. I can do circuit boards to a degree, but I mean, I can solder, but there is a very harsh upper limit to my computer abilities. I'm so bad with if-then statements, I can't make the orders options in Dwarf Fortress work. I also want to die if someone asks me to play Factorio. It's just a natural reaction I have to games like that. I also hate math. Fucking hate math. Math is awful. Yes, but Dwarf Fortress is a matter of wanting to learn a video game and reading a wiki and learning a rule set. It's got absolutely nothing to do with intelligence. There is a very funny photo, or I think it's very funny, of pre-Steam Dwarf Fortress, of an 11-year-old playing Dwarf Fortress. Just a small kid just plunking away at these keys and playing Dwarf Fortress. And the title is just like, look at me teaching my kid Dwarf Fortress, a game that many of you say is too hard. A lot of the perceived difficulty of Dwarf Fortress is not even remotely true. It's just a matter of putting time in and reading the wiki. It's like Many people have tried to play, I don't know, trying to think of a complicated board game. This game is about time spent. It's not about actual difficulty. Monopoly isn't a complicated board game. Monopoly is just a bad board game. Solitaire. Twilight Imperium. That's the one I was trying to think of. Twilight Imperium. Many people have tried to play Twilight Imperium, but the way you learn Twilight Imperium is you have a group of friends and you sit down and you do it. Yeah, exactly. Learning to play Dwarf Fortress is a slow process of trial and error. You do not need any math or any programming knowledge or any actual smarts to play this game. You just need to decide that you want to do it. I'm in the exact same boat. But the way I've always described learning Dwarf Fortress is the reason a lot of people bounce off it is because the way most people are used to playing and learning video games is you sit down, the game shows you a tutorial, and you start to play the video game, and then you figure out the video game, right? That's what most people are used to. The way Dwarf Fortress teaches you the video game is it just says, have fun, bitch, and then walks away. And then you sit down and you read the manual. It's a lot like learning a tabletop game or a board game, because in most video games, or most modern video games, you are spoon-fed instructions on how to play the game. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. Dwarf Fortress says read the manual. So you sit down, you launch the game, and you read the manual. And you process some of it, you learn some of it, and then you start to play. And that's too much for some people for video games, because believe it or not, when it comes to video games, it's a leisure thing, and a lot of people don't consider reading a manual to be a form of leisure. They feel like it's work. And this goes for a lot of complicated strategy games or a lot of complicated games in general, right? So it's a game for a specific type of person. And before it came out on Steam, it was even more of a game for a specific type of person, because it was a game for a specific type of person who was also willing to learn a game like that in ASCII with keyboard controls. So, in a world where it's a game for a very specific type of person, that's a very specific type of game that had a very specific type of learning curve, a lot of people just said, fuck it, game too hard, and walked away because they don't want to spend their leisure time doing that. And that's got nothing to do with programming smarts. That's got nothing to do with time spent in university. That's got nothing to do with whether or not you've graduated high school. That's got nothing to do with whether or not you can program, but it has everything to do with how much time are you willing to spend learning intricate systems in a video game. I had a very good math teacher. I actually had a math tutor for a bit. So you can say that you don't like people saying they hate math. I'm very good at math, or was very good at math when I was doing it. I hate it. I don't find the process enjoyable. I don't find the puzzles enjoyable. I don't like math puzzles. I've played puzzle games that have had math puzzles in them and stopped playing the math puzzle parts and then subsequently usually quit the game because I do not enjoy that type of thinking. My opinion is wrong? Okay. I disagree with you. I say that you haven't lived in my brain, so you can't tell me for certain whether or not I hate math. One of the most frustrating experiences of me with math was learning long division. It was one of the only classes I actually took in a high school as somebody who grew up homeschooled. Was high school math, because at the time my dad was going to university and retraining, and my mom didn't have time to teach us and had picked up a part-time job. So I had to do some school in a classroom. And I'd already partially learned the curriculum at home before I had to take the class to finish the year. So this was also the last year I did school before I'd like stopped for a couple years and then went back and finished high school later. But during this period, I learned how to do long division in my head. Fucking hated it, but I hated writing it down more than I hated doing it. So I learned to do it in my head. And I actually failed that year, that class, because I refused to write anything down. because I could do it in my head and it was easier that way. It was actively harder for me to write it down. So I was pretty good at math. I just fucking hated it. We've gotten that a couple times, Mala IDK. So I would disagree with you. I fucking hate math. I graduated high school, so I never had to do math again. And now whenever I need to do math, I use a calculator. Regardless of how easy it is. No, you're not annoying. I'm just babbling. Anyway, I guess at the end of the day, I'm absolutely nothing like John Carmack. I respect him, and I've listened to him talk a number of times. We disagree on politics. He likes AI. I fucking hate AI. He worked for Facebook for years. I would have jumped off a bridge before I did that. He likes VR. I don't really. I'm nothing like John Carmack. Maybe my voice sounds similar to his, but that's about where the similarities begin and end. I like the fact that he made some video games I like. I liked Quake at one point in my life. Quake was fun. Playing Rocket Arena at a friend's house on LAN with his dad while his dad beat the ever-living shit out of me and my friend was pretty fun back in the day. But am I anything like John Carmack? No. No, I'm nothing like John Carmack. You're an engineer? Cool. I would rather die. I'm sorry you have to be an engineer. Hopefully you survive. In other news, Trust Me, I'm an Engineer is still one of the greatest pieces of internet creations in existence. Who salted the streamer? I woke up this morning. Also, if you think this is salty, Jesus, man. What's up, Chris? I love how people, this is also what's really funny about this conversation is I've had this exact conversation maybe a dozen times in the last 10 years. And it's always the same things. Where someone's always like, I'm an engineer and I need a calculator to do my job. No fucking shit. Doesn't change the fact that I hate it and everything about it. Dwarf, what kind of dwarf do you want, Nordstrom? Any preferences? I guess I can look. Even though we're in the ad break, but what kind of dwarf do you want? I hit the wrong key. That's the right one. Hi, Budgie. How are you? Ranting Andy. Benata should stop calling me things that I'm not really. And it's almost like branding yourself as something like that would make your life actively worse, because that would then form your entire chat into a community of people that are expecting you to be angry all the time, which I don't see how that could possibly be enjoyable for literally anybody. I also don't think that this conversation is enjoyable. So if you're enjoying this conversation, fuck off. Well, that's about it. Just a minor, no other preferences. Alrighty. I wonder if I even have enough minors. Beard or no beard? You're enjoying it a ton? Cool. See previous statement. Beard you, cat. Then I guess we'll give you Moldath. A copper tournament. Did you fight with a zombie? Yes, you did. You killed a zombie a dozen or so times. Because chat is dumb, Venus. Nordstrom. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and he is inattentive to detail in his own work. He has an active sense of humor, and he is trusting. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and is ambitious. He could be considered rude, and is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking the specific ventures. when undertaking specific ventures, not the specific ventures, Jesus. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, doesn't cling tightly to ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He doesn't cling tightly to the current to ideas and wow, it is. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. That is such a difficult sentence for me to read this morning. Or afternoon, I guess. Yeah, it's afternoon. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values hard work. Prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. And does not care about friendship and dreams of creating a great work of art, like hematite brass and jelly opal, round lime wood and earrings, and reindeer for their large herds, monarch butterflies for their coloration and the sound of the rhyming verse, and when possible prefers to consume spider monkey and fisherberries and white mullet beer, and absolutely hates worms. You keep distracting me? How are you distracting me? Why is Fort so angry? Because Banana seems to think they run this entire channel for some stupid fucking reason. Go back to YouTube already. Jesus, man. I'm only half joking, but like, Christ. All right. Why is everybody so angry in this fort? Everybody's so angry in this fort because yesterday evening, after like around 7 hours into the stream, I think, I was setting up for a siege to defend against a siege. And I don't know what kind of money that is, but thanks for the money, person. And I'm glad that you like the tutorials over in the YouTube chat. What do you call it? We got a goblin siege that asked for a parlay, and I was preparing to defend against it. And the thing that ended up happening was I took a little bit too long to defend against the parlay, and I didn't realize that they'd broken the parlay because I was also trying to build 3 guild halls and 2 temples at the time. And so they ended up getting into the side of the fort when they started to siege. While we did win, they got into the tavern and killed a bunch of dwarves. The benefit of that, the issue of that, was my mayor is a necromancer, so we went into one of those, like, we won the fight pretty quickly situations, but the infinite re-upping and relifing of zombies for, I don't know, 90 seconds to 2 minutes or so, is really, really, really negative mood-wise for easily disturbed dwarves. I'll see you later, Banana. Take care of yourself. Just remember, informing people that they are something and then re-insisting on it repeatedly is never a good way to get along with somebody. I don't dislike you, personally, but I think what you need to learn is that if you monopolize chat and repeatedly inform somebody of something and then keep doubling down and tripling down on the subject when the person seems uncomfortable or salty, it's the fastest way to bother somebody or upset somebody. So maybe think about the way that you are trying to converse with me and the way you are insisting that I am like somebody that my voice sounds slightly like. And then realize that this is my job. I do this all day, every day. And if I put myself in situations that actively makes my day less pleasant, I start to dislike my job. And as a person who isn't the most mentally stable, which I'm not, disliking my job is the fastest way to depression, and depression leads to bad things and burnout, which makes the content worse, which makes your viewing experience worse. So if I seem harsh or direct, it's because I am actively trying to change the subject, and chat refuses. And while some people in chat think that this is hysterical and they love this kind of content, if I was forced to make that type of content all the time, I wouldn't stream. I would have quit years ago. So I directly try and stop it when it starts to happen. Also, thank you very much for the 4,000 Colombian pesos. Once again, I have no idea what the value of that is, but appreciate you. I also really like it when people typo my name is Bling. It's very funny to me. It's a very common typo. No, not really. Around $1. I assumed it was around $1, yeah. Actually, I assumed somewhere between 50 cents and $1, but actually, YouTube is claiming it's $1.38 Canadian. So it's about $1. US. Well, thank you. But yeah, it's not that I want to shoot chat. It's just... I'm a person. And I'm not very good at disguising that sometimes. How did that happen? I don't know. The two most common typos for my name are bling and blonde. Both of them I think are very funny. Because being called Blondie will always be funny. It's like, oh, hi, Blondie. Really? Have you seen my hair? Like... Why are you called Blind IRL and not Blind IRL? What? I don't understand the question. The dude's guts are hanging out? Yeah, he's a zombie. He ended up being friendly after getting resurrected like a dozen times. Zork, thanks for the 99 pennies. Oh, why no capital I? Because Twitch's font is bad and people thought it was an L. People kept on typoing it even worse, so making the I a lowercase makes it slightly clearer to people, I found. But now it's just been that way for so long that why would I change it? It's literally just like it's been that way so long and don't feel like changing it back or to changing it to anything else. Fancy Apple branding? Sure. Because clearly I am the biggest Apple fanboy. Me and the one iPod I owned once. Probably not. I mean, moods are starting to swing upwards. I mean, yeah, there's quite a few upset dwarves still. But it is swinging upwards. Although I was going to do a thing. I mean, some dwarves are just going to be pissed at this point. Because of the amount of stress that they're under. But there isn't too much I can do aside from slowly work towards improving it, which is what I'm doing. Sob. I'd like to be able to have both these screens open at the same time, but that's okay. Light cut, light test, and Kivish. Cut, light test, and Kivish. Okay. Yeah, we lucked out with all of the slate and quartzite. Welcome back, Devilish Potato. Now we're stuck in another one of those weird spots where I'm trying to figure out what to talk about now. Yes. It's literally that's the correct answer, Salty. Is because Twitch's font is not the greatest. What do I have for bars? I think it's mostly iron and a little bit of copper. Yep, mostly iron, a little bit of copper, some silver, a little bit of steel from the stuff that we melted. I could get some copper going again, but I don't have a ton. I don't want to do tables, but I also kind of don't. I think probably. What's the longest distance trail I've ever hiked? Not that long. Okay. Is a forgotten beast finding a bunch of cavern invaders. The longest distance trail I've ever hiked, probably about 35 kilometers in a day. Wait, you've never had Canadian beer? I mean, that's fine. Who cares? I'm sure that there's beer in the vicinity of where you live that is more than sufficient. Who likes eating rats? I once had a dwarf that liked spiders and enjoyed eating spiders, which was something. I was like, okay. Speaking of okay, I'm a little scared of that cat player.
Cheese for everyone.
More like spider or snake people for everyone. Jesus. I'm gonna double check again that they're not getting into the fort. It's like, it'd be like a person who has a bunch of pet tarantulas and someone says, "Oh wow, you have a lot of pet tarantulas," and they say those aren't pets. Those are for dinner. And the friend goes, "Oh, I guess I'm regretting now that I came over for dinner." Mount St. Helens almost killed my parents. True story. They were camping like within the blast radius the day before it blew up. Whose bedroom is that going to be? Oh, geez, you are correct. This is a bedroom. This was supposed to be a meeting place. Lol. I just definitely wasn't looking and probably just clicked on automatic. That would probably be some very expensive noble. A bedroom can be a meeting place. This is true. Specifically depending on the type of meeting. Finally got your coffee cups. Do you think your first order got eaten by an awful post office? Did the first one never arrive? So if it never arrived, reach out to me directly and let me know like the order number and I can give you a refund on it. Because I control refunds, so I can just click a button and send you a refund. But it never plays. I can show you how to make it play if you want. Do I want a new one? No, let's just connect. The Fenced Pumpkin is too good of a name to give up. If you hit escape and then you go settings and you go to audio, this setting right here, average seconds between tracks, I think by default it's set to like 100. I can't even remember now though. You can set that down to 10. And so it'll be a maximum of 10 seconds between songs that play. You have it on 15 seconds right now? It's weird that it's never playing then. Okay, so this I can get rid of. Jesus. That cavern is like dedicated to the bit. On the ambush noise? I would bug Putnam because Putnam's the one doing quality of life things. And Putnam also added moddable music, so that's probably something Putnam could do. So I guess the answer is you could bother Tarn, but I would bother Putnam instead. Wouldn't be dumping via a 1x1 zone. I would need to see a screenshot of the zone. Actually, what are you trying to dump? And what are your refuse and hauling options set to? Because make sure that you enable hauling refuse and outdoor refuse and vermin remains if you're trying to get stuff from outside. But it has to be going over an edge. Is it a single? So, okay, so you said 1 by 1 zone. Because they have to stand in the zone to dump it, right? So, as an example, if I take a garbage dump zone and I place it right here, this isn't going to do anything. They're just going to throw it in a random direction. If I take a garbage dump zone and I place it here, they're not going to throw it there because they can't get to it. So if you want them to throw it over the edge, you have to do a 2-tile zone, 1 going in that direction, because they'll stand it there and they'll throw it in that direction. They need a place to stand. So that's probably why. Let me know if that helps. There's a motorcycle in the wilderness ambience? I've listened to the wilderness ambience and I've never heard a sound that sounds like a motorcycle. So I'm really curious to know which sound sounds like a motorcycle to you. Also, probably for the same reason that there is a watch in Gladiator, right? I wonder if that ever got edited out of that movie or if it's still in that movie in some way. I don't know. I wouldn't watch it if they did, Silver She. That was a time and place movie, and I wouldn't want to watch a sequel for it. But I have heard talk of it a couple of times. I've certainly heard it brought up. But I really enjoy that original movie. I wouldn't watch a sequel. It's real? No, there you go. Yes, they are in fact making a sequel to Gladiator. Also, I have a question. If they are, why are you asking? Because you asked the question, are they really making it? And now you're stating that they are. So do you know that they're making it? Or are you just trying to start a conversation about Gladiator 2? Anyway, I wouldn't go see one if they did. I guess is the actual question, is the actual statement. Because Gladiator itself is a very good movie that came out at the right time, in the right place, and I don't really have any interest in watching a sequel to it. Because, like, you know, that movie ended pretty literally. Dwarf has been taken by a strange mood. Let's follow them, see where they're at. What? Did I ignore a strange mood for long enough that they died? I guess I did. Whoops. But yeah, yes, I have one over on the YouTube channel. Send me an email or a DM on Discord, whatever is easier for you, and I'll see if I can get to that. Ooh, Casper. Kind of jealous, not gonna lie. You need to update that emote on our end. I guess 24 hours have passed since you first grabbed it. Oh, an engineer hall. I do have a bunch of engineers showing up. Guess I could use that space for this, considering that's a guild and that's a guild. Let's do it this way. If you send me, I don't like to ask for this initially. If you can send me your first name and last name or the email that's associated with it, I could also send you a refund. Order number is the easier way for me to look it up, but if you send me the name that's associated with the order or alternatively the email that's associated with the order, I can also issue you a refund that way. Because if merch orders don't arrive, yeah, I will refund you. I don't even need you to give me proof that it didn't arrive. Just tell me that it didn't arrive or it arrived broken, and I'll refund you it. Not an issue for me. The benefits of the merch store company that I use, Fourth Wall, is I get full control over the whole storefront system. I basically get full control over Shopify. But the issue with that is if there's any kind of issue with the order, it's up to me to sort it out. You think it's stuck? Is it safe to let your dwarves back in? They will run away from it in fear when they see it. I would recommend like sending some marks dwarves in the general direction of it to shoot it. Or like dropping something heavy on it to crush it. But the dwarves will run away in fear when they see it. So it'll scare the crap out of your dwarves, which will be bad for moods. But that does happen, Forgotten Beasts stuck on trees. One of the funnier situations I had once was I had a Forgotten Beast, which was a bug. I want to say it was a mantis or something. And it was an insect. Anyway, it jumped into the fort and was on top of a tree, and it jumped off of the tree, and when it landed on the ground, it was brittle enough that the fall damage made it explode. And so it showed up on a mushroom tree, jumped into the fort, lunged towards my dwarves, fell like 3 Z levels off of this giant mushroom cap, and then died. It was like, ah! Which was really funny because it could shoot fire. So it was like, in theory, pretty dangerous. But like, it's just really funny. It's a little dark. I mean, made my life a lot easier, so I don't mind. Am I still making diorite thrones, or did they stop? They may have stopped. No, what job am I looking for? Work orders, that's what I'm looking for. Guess I just didn't make enough. Throne. Right. Oh, no, the dwarf carrying... Oh, that's what you're saying is a little dark. The dwarf carrying the zombie baby. No, that is extremely dark, yes. And also, yes, they will carry it around forever until they die. And no, the baby will never grow up. So, it's not dark. It's extremely dark. You know, I'm going to do 45 obsidian thrones because I don't really want to use obsidian for anything else. It is horrendous, like, terrifyingly dark. Maybe one of the darkest things I've seen in Dwarf Fortress, just like ever. But I'm not going to lie, I kind of love it. When we noticed it last night initially, I was talking about how that's gonna end and like the fact that that's happening, and somebody in chat was like, "I'm gonna go hug my kid, BRP." It's like, oh my, yeah, no, I don't blame you. Glass cannon insect, yeah, quite literally. It wasn't made of glass though. The border is slate, yeah. It is slate. Same with most of the rough rock around here. It's all slate. Zombie babies are in fact disturbing. It was Dead Space 2 in a nutshell. Oh, it's certainly pretty metal. Zombie baby is it's a cool name for a band. I feel like Zombie Baby would be like It's like a Rob Zombie cover band, but in the style of baby metal. That is actually extraordinarily funny now that I think about it for more than 2 seconds. Sometimes shit I make up off the dome just amuses me. I'm just imagining, like, baby metal, but they're playing Dracula. Like, I don't like baby metal, but that is very amusing to me. Just like that voice, but... Okay, that was pretty good. I'm in. I would listen to that and chuckle. Make ourselves an engineers guild. Do I still have the 47.05 save where you found the market? No. I don't even know what world that was in. I mean, I might, but no. Long time before Steam times, yeah. No, that was a one-off world that I generated for just reading Legends that I never actually played in. No, I'm good. I don't need an AI to do it. But if somebody could convince Baby Metal to cover that song in a show, I would watch the video of it like 3 or 4 times. That's the thing. I don't need an approximation of how it could sound because I have this bizarre thing that some people seem to be allergic to these days called imagination. And I can imagine what it would sound like. I realize not everybody has the same amount of imagination, like our brains are all different, but I could imagine what that would sound like. And that's probably better than any, you know, goofball piece of software could fake up. I'm sorry, Rook. All right, let's unpause game. I would not describe it as lucky. There's one benefit to my brain, or several benefits to my brain. My brain is very, very good at remembering things. It's very, very good at remembering faces. It's very, very good at remembering and thinking about sounds and making up sounds. I used to recite movies in my head when I was bored as a kid, movies that I liked. And there's very few movies I remembered well enough to be able to do from end to end, but like Star Wars Episode 4 was one of them. And the thing about that is wonderful is I have a very good memory, and I can remember a lot of really pointless, stupid shit. The part about that sucks is what my brain likes to remember the most is the worst, most traumatic, awful things that have happened to me. So my brain is incapable of forgetting that shit. A lot of people's brains are, or the way a brain is technically supposed to work, is if something crappy happens to you, you forget over time. My brain doesn't forget if something bad happens. My brain remembers it in viscerally clear detail. So I wouldn't say anything about having my brain is lucky. It is certainly neat that I have an active imagination and can think up and do a lot of interesting things that some people find difficult. I would trade with you any day. It's a blessing and a curse, certainly. I know that there's like a diagnosable disorder of like perfect memory or whatever. I don't have that, but I do have an extremely photographic memory. which, you know, comes along with some of the other funny things that are weird about my brain. You guys have brains? Also, isn't photogenic a term for someone who's good to have photos taken of them? Like a model would be photogenic? So I don't think a photogenic memory is possible because you can't take a photo of a memory, really. Well, we're twisting the definition of memory, I guess, for this statement. That sounds right, Salty. Very handsome memory. I do memory modeling, actually. God, that sounds like a science fiction thing. Memory modeling. I don't have dreams if I've smoked weed recently, and if I do have dreams, they almost always turn into nightmares. Fortunately, I don't get night terrors so much these days. I used to get those a lot more often. Yay, moods are still swinging upwards. Phytographic memory? Why do I not believe you? Yeah, I think Stiletto Sid is right on that. But yeah, I don't know. If I could get rid of a lot of my imagination for a memory that didn't work as well, I would. It's also part of the reason I smoke weed so much, because it's one of the few things that stops me from remembering things. So if I'm like in a really dark place, I just smoke a lot of weed and then forget things for once, and it's nice. I take pills that like make my brain work better, but like at the same time, sometimes I want it to work worse. You know? Work in a more organized fashion, actually, is maybe a better way of describing it. Not better. Corsair, what? Wait, I only get DDR4? Why not DDR5? Come on, man. I want DDR5. I want that fast memory, you know? Also, why does it have to be Corsair? Last Corsair RAM I had failed. Yes, Bone Dolphin is correct. I did a Google search in the behind the scenes. That is correct. No, it's not a 100% perfect memory, but it is a very good memory. Like I said, I don't have that eidetic or whatever, however you pronounce it. I don't actually know how to pronounce it. But I don't have that specifically, but I do have a freakishly good memory. So does my mom. Chat's just like taking random words and attaching it to the word memory now. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I will say I definitely have a phonographic memory because I can remember everything about audio gear that I read or look at. Except for when I need to put back together that one tape deck that I own because that thing's a fucking clock. That one I had to take a bajillion different photos of to remember how to put back together. There we go. Guild Hall agreement's been satisfied. They get their empty room. Excellent. Much bigger, nicer tavern, and then I will connect this dining hall to the tavern. Although I should probably remove the dining hall from this area on the off chance that somebody kicks a minecart down it. And this, I'm going to click the little arrow button, and we're going to select the fenced pumpkin, which is the tavern. And boom, done. Fantastico. Here's hoping, oh wow, look at how the moods have spiked up in the time I've had this giant tavern. Okay. Let's see what else we can do here. Let's also put, I don't know, 2 maybe chests into here. Let's check our servers currently. Darius is our only server. I think I'm gonna throw Presme in as a bard, because they're a good singer. As far as here goes, let's say goblets 30. And let's just say 20 instruments, so we'll just put all of the instruments that we have into here. I mean, like, wait. Like, on the same layer? No, I don't actually, Casper. I didn't really, I mean, I talked about this a couple times. I didn't actively start using minecarts until premium. Sorry. See, I'm more of a I'm more into photographic memery. Memes using photos. A vile force that is dark has arrived, apparently. I'm wondering if they're going to leave immediately. Nope. And they do not want to parlay. Well. Well, that is interesting. Let's see. How many dwarves run inside? Collect sand. Well, okay. So you do that. Lock these. Okay. So we are now locked. We should be safe. Let's test this sucker out, shall we? There it is. I haven't actually tested this yet, so this is gonna be fun. Comparative fire on all of these. I get to add this to the burrow as well in a second, which I should probably do. Let's go here. Where do they go? Oh, they're not huge, that's why. This is interesting. Is this a different group than the one that attacked me last time? Let's find out. It's an eerie jackal, an image of a diamond. The image is the symbol of the angry demon. Oh, it is a different faction. So we got attacked by a different goblin faction yesterday. And now so there's at least 2 goblin factions that are at war with us now. Rock's gonna go whoosh, that's the hopes. And I'm just following them to make sure that they go into in the way that I want them to go in and not some alternative way, because if they go in some alternative way, I have to change course. So I'm assuming they will run along the bottom of the volcano up to the door and then turn around. Here they come. Although this should have opened by now. Is this not in the burrow? Oh. Okay. Well, that's awkward. I'm like, why did they not put the door? Oh. Okay. Excellent. I guess I should actually make the burrow, hey? I do really like the name of the faction, though, the Goblin faction, the Angry Demon. It's kind of fitting, really. Like, truthfully, very fitting name for a Goblin faction. Yeah, this was originally my runaway and hide burrow. But I am now expanding this as much as I feasibly can. All right, that should be fine. Let's go all the way down to there. Bedroom, I need 2 bedrooms I gotta finish. Temples. Turns out I didn't really need the burrow the first time. I haven't actually needed to make a burrow since, so. Don't mind that undead gobbo. He's friendly. He is actually. Pretty good guard dog, in fact. We have 2. My favorite friendly undead goblin, though, is still the one that has his entrails hanging out. That is my favorite undead goblin. Just because it's kind of hysterical that he's just sitting there with his, guts hanging out. All right, let's do that. We'll not worry about them. All right, so that should allow us to go a lot more places. So that lever should get pulled. Ideally, they should pop up around here and start heading in this way. Double check. Yeah, it open. We've got 1 dwarf up here now. Here they cometh. Wait, you've got your water buffalo bone bolt. A lot of them. I'm also going to just go down here real quick and double check. Sweet. There's also a lot of copper bolts. Those are both fine. They should be going to go station right here. And here they come. Although they've missed that first one, which is fine. So instead, I will tell them to stand right here. And I'm also going to go down a layer, and I'm going to tell these guys to go stand right here in case of absolute major, horrible, bad, really bad, no good, very bad emergency. Missed over some. Should we tell if you missed some, if misted over some outside parts? What? The automatic burrow guessing. Oh yeah, no, that's something DF Hack does. And that's also something I would like, yeah, is flood fills. Because the game used to have flood fill burrows. All right, so they're already firing at these guys. There's blood here too, so somebody got hit. This one. Got hit by a water buffalo and bolt, which struck him in the lower arm, tearing the muscle. See? Even water buffalo bone bolts can be effective. Let's move them back this way. Bolts begin flying. Oh, two of them already fell in. Well, I mean, that's off to a good start. And there is lava mist flying. So let's fire at Will, shall we? I don't know who Will is, but he's getting fired at. Okay. So far, so good. I mean, those two didn't do much. This guy, I think, did you just get hit by 2 boulders? Wow, Buffalo Bone Bolt. Okay, so he didn't actually get hit by a boulder, which is a bit of a shame. But he is getting pummeled by boulders. So that doesn't make mist. That's a bit of a shame. Very disappointed by this. The dwarves on the upper layer are able to just shoot down pretty freely into this area. They are shooting back up at them. Not much effect so far, although the donkey bone bolt, that's offensive. Getting hit by a donkey bone, oh my god. are coming around the corners. All right, so far so good. The dwarfs down here are probably going off to go get more bolts. The remainders of the goblins are coming around the corner. Still getting shot at. This one dropped his crossbow, and that broke the siege. It appears. Shoutouts to the dwarf who brought commentary on the origin of rainfall into work. So aside from just really needing a stockpile of boulders close by to here, I think that went pretty well. Chad, gonna get a round of applause for our new setup. I think that's pretty good. Wintersy, what kind of dwarf would you like to be? Or did that boo not register? The bot may have gotten overloaded. I didn't hear a boo, though.
You suck.
I need to go through those and update them and make them better. All right, well. Very small siege, but also not much cleanup either. I mean, the goblins fell into the lava, so, you know, I would say that went pretty well in our favor. All things considered, I think that went pretty well. Mark's dwarves work just fine and have since September. They could always be better, but I think they're in a, like, the one thing that I would like them to have now is I would like to be able to reuse or rebundle ammo. But aside from that they work fine. Oh, dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. That was a while ago. That dwarf died. Let's just make sure that I have enough tombs. Heyo, Ranger Rick. Yes, we do. A crafty one. Beard or no beard? Wintersy. And if gem cutting is crafty, I got a lot of those. No beard. Okay. I got a clother. Crafts dwarf. Got a gem cutter. Glassmaker. Okay. Allow me to reiterate. I would like a vanilla feature to allow me to rebundle ammo. Anything that is a feature in DF Hack is not a feature in Dwarf Fortress. So when I'm talking about like something that I think could make them better, I'm not talking about DF Hack. But yes, you can do several things in DF Hack to make features work more expectantly. But here, we'll give you this gem cutter. Not the happiest dwarf in the fort, but certainly not unhappy. Once again, I said vanilla features, but yes. Just because outside people have fixed a problem with the game doesn't mean the game doesn't have a problem that needs fixing. All right. That is the only complaint I have with vanilla Mark Dwarfs these days. Why did I capitalize the Z? Wintersy. Is confident under pressure and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Tries to keep her things orderly and tends to avoid crowds. Doesn't often feel envious of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She doesn't seek out excitement and is quite polite. Tends to be a bit tight with resources when working on projects and tends to not reveal personal information. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and always points at others when greeting them. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Where are we all running? Oh, they're probably all harvesting. Bring item in bag. Oh, seeds probably. Yeah, seeds. Didn't even know about it until recently. Yeah, no, there is a DF hack fix for almost every problem I have with this game, but I would still like to see them fixed in vanilla. Because that's fixing the problem in my opinion. Because like for those of you who don't know, what DF hack really is it's sort of like Cheat Engine actually. Cheat Engine is the only other piece of software that I know of that I've used that operates the same way that DF hack does. Oops. Oh, you apparently have injuries. What just happened? Did a goblin get into the fort? Apparently it did. Well, that's slightly awkward. A bunch of dwarves got injured, including Wintersea. Well, at least we have a hospital. Jeez. And dwarf's been... Hold on a second. So there's still a goblin crossbowman running around outside who's currently stunned and seriously injured and just killed Zuntir. I thought that they all left the map, but I guess not. This one refused to. Come on, dwarves. Get this guy dealt with. He's pale and seriously injured. There you go. Cut him up. Jeez. Goddamn shame. Probably just firing bolts everywhere. Okay, sweet. Somebody's coming to get his body for this dwarf. Kubok also died. Well, that's unfortunate as well. Slabs don't get rid of the bodies, whereas coffins do. So if you don't have access to the body, that's why you would use a slab. The benefits of slabs is they give you an idea of how the dwarf died. Because if you read them, they give you a little description of how the dwarf died. That being said, are they as good as slabs? No, because if a body rots away or gets thrown into lava or gets crushed and they don't get put in a tomb, the family of that dwarf gets a negative thought. And that negative thought is forced to endure the decay of a friend, which is a pretty major negative thought that they can get. So you don't really want them to get that particular thought, and you want to be careful with it. But aside from that major detractor, there's no real negatives to only using oh shit, native aluminum. How did I not see that? There's no real negatives to it aside from that. Yeah, I like making tombs in old, or I really like making tombs in areas that used to be ore veins. Because to me, that's like, I don't know, just a really good way of respecting the dead dwarves. You know, dwarves would like to sleep in ore, I would think. I mean, if I was a dwarf, I would want to. If you insist, Zwari, it's good to see you. The farmers knew that already. Dead pig is bacon and ham, but mices are not friendly. They gnaw through bones of the great giant and welcome to the jungle. We don't want to dance because Axel undead Rose baby. Tomorrow, she will consume light bulbs and illuminate the sky. And that sounds bad. The Forgotten Beast, Atston Snecklor has come. A towering alligator with external ribs. It has a round shell and it is ravening. Beware its fire. Why did this have to happen the literal second I accidentally opened up the caverns? Dwarves, can we all do us a solid and run back upstairs, please? Where the hell is this monster? Please don't be on layer 30. It's on layer 30. Okay, well that sucks. Yeah. I agree, man. Bowser? Sure. And a dwarf's possessed. Jesus, everything's happening at the same time. Okay, let's go back to the same layer as this thing. And I'm in an ad break, so I can't really do much. It is kind of Bowser, isn't it? It was probably, you are very much correct. It was probably roaming the cavern out of sight and just decided to walk in when it saw me and was like, oh, look, toys. Fun. To which I have to say, oh, that's not good. Zwari, I can't help you. It's on cooldown right now. And when it's off cooldown, it goes back on cooldown. The thing is, I'm going to ask you really nicely. Please stop pestering me about it. It's not something I have any control over, and all it does is it throws off the entire conversation. If you desperately need a dwarf, I'll give you one eventually when you ask me nicely. But constantly complaining about the system that I'm using because I don't really have a better one doesn't benefit anybody aside from making me feel like shit. We talked about this yesterday. Why are you bringing it up again? I realize it sucks. I agree. It sucks. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay? You've redeemed many dwarves in the past. Let some other people redeem dwarves. Besides, I've got a bigger problem right now. And the bigger problem is there's a fire-breathing dragon that's about to eat all of my dwarves. And here it comes. I think it's 20 by default. Winter Z. And they don't spawn. It's enter the map. I know that that's like semantics, but All right, there goes the first dwarf. Dastot is dead. Astan is dead. Do I have a safety lock? Huh! Let's keep. You mean a pansy lock? So the reason the frame rate is so low is because there's a dwarf on the wrong side of the smoke. So I'll give it a few seconds. But yeah, I'm pretty sure beasts, titans, and semi-mega beasts and mega beasts are all 20 dwarves. So like were creatures are the same thing. You're not technically supposed to get were creatures until you hit 20 dwarves. I could like make the frame rate go back to normal immediately, but I don't mind the dramatic slowdown. All right, dwarf, that's not wise. Damn shame. Here. I'll make the frame rate better. But I don't think it's going to get better for very long. I actually don't mind the frame rate tanking due to fire. I think it's fine. But, yeah, see, it's going to go down again as soon as he sets more fires. Yeah, then it comes back for a little bit. 3 dwarves we've lost. 4 dwarves we've lost. But yeah, it's not going to get better anytime soon because all these dwarves are trying to run upstairs. And also because there's dwarves downstairs and dwarves upstairs, now there's fire in the stairs. So yeah, there's nothing I can really do. It's just going to be bad. It is what it is. And we got these dwarves that are just stuck in analysis paralysis. Sazir the Wrestler. Very brave dwarf. Running down, fighting with the creature. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left foot with a short sword, tearing the scales. Slaps the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with a copper short sword, but the attack glances away. Bit it, in fact, in the lower body. Dodged several globs of fire. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the second toe. Come on, dwarf. We've also got Kashmir Goat, who's in the fight as well, who has kicked it and slashed it. Forgotten Beast, in fact, is bleeding very heavily. The dwarves are stacking up on top of it in the stairwell. This stairwell is probably my best chance of killing it because it can't fire fireballs up. It can only fire fireballs flat. And it is dead. We've killed the creature. That could have gone real bad. Not gonna lie. That could have gone really bad. Fortunately, it didn't go really bad. Whew. Let me just double check the caverns. It actually went down, I think? Yeah, it did. Or no, it was just like a few layers above here. Wait, where am I? Go down to here, up, there it is. Unforbid, 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 unforbid. Don't turn off the burrow. We'll just let it run. Okay, so not so bad. Oh. Yeah, stairwells are your best bet against web spitters and most fire breathers. All right, so I think the best way for me to do this is to just turn this off. That is not where I really want you guys to go, so instead I'm going to tell you guys to go stand back here. Otherwise, you guys are going to get locked outside. Dwarf, why'd you have to do that? Get back inside. There you are. Okay. we can just go back to normal now. But fortunately, I have this nice little list. Man, we've like had all sorts of fun breaking into the caverns today, haven't we? Das. It's a good amount of fun, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so Das taught you. You got Ed. Them. Animal dissector, which was this. You. Nil. Oops. Manom. Oops. Oh, nom. Adam. And id. If you get a breeding pair of dragons, yes, you can breed them. There might be issues with loyalty versus other military dwarves in the fort, but aside from that, yes, you can breed them. You need rough colored gems. Do I have no uncut gems? I have no uncut gems. Okay, well, I can cut a gem for you, dwarf. I should really hotkey that other layer that we were just on, the cavern layer with my tombs in it, because I keep trying to jump to them and then having to like fly down by holding the button down. So I will just hotkey this layer right here to that, into F3. Because that is where the majority of the gems are. And let's also go... Did I just see a dwarf down there, or am I going crazy? I might just be going crazy. Oh, I see. That's the edge of the map. I'm like, what can I do? Because that's the edge of the map. What are you doing? Not like you're locked in here. Oh, game's paused. A child has been missing for a week. Oh. ZAS, ASO. But yeah, if you... we can keep mining on this layer. If you capture a dragon and you end up with a breeding pair, which I've never seen, you can in fact breed them, but just be careful when letting them out or war training them, because they will probably not be friendly with your other military animals, if you have other military animals. Ooh, there's more native aluminum. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I've never managed to get a breeding pair of dragons. I have gotten a breeding pair of rocks a couple times. The problem with getting breeding pairs of rocks is, well, they're rocks, so they don't really do much. But the main issue that I have with breeding rocks, aside from the bad jokes about pet rocks, is that the reality is I've never actually managed to get them to mate. Like, they'll lay eggs sometimes, but usually they just kind of sit there and don't do anything. And it's really annoying because, like, I just want baby giant birdies, but like they won't make me baby giant birdies. So I don't know. It's a bit of a pain, honestly. I just want baby giant birdies. How did that one possession end? The one that didn't have the thing that I wanted? It just died. Speaking of possessions. Okay, you got what you needed. 2 rough amethysts. Oh, interesting. We're gonna start smelting aluminum. Or aluminium, depending on what part of the planet you is from. There's definitely a certain allure to this alu. What should I make into this aluminum into, chat? I actually don't know. Like I said, I've never had a baby one. I've never looked at the wiki for it. I do not know how long it takes for rocks to grow up. What? Oh, it's a gem cluster. I'm just going to put a ammunition dump right here. And one layer beneath this, I'm going to put a boulder dump. Foil. Huh. True earrings, actually. Aluminum earrings. I like that idea. Atir, oh really? Has created Othshin Shisam, an amethyst animal trap, and claims it as a personal treasure. Well, it'll go into the vault, but for safekeeping, of course. But that is cool. This is an amethyst animal trap. All craft store ship is high of quality ist. And is encrusted with point-cut amethysts and encircled with bands of rose-cut amethysts. What is this contraption? Oh, that's my defensive. I'll show you in a second. Just let me get this placed. I'm out of those. Okay. Let's do rock pedestals. And also, Zwari, it's nothing against you personally, for clarity's sake here. When it comes to redeeming dwarves, it's just that there's a lot of people that want to redeem dwarves, and not everybody gets to redeem a dwarf. And having one person just complaining is just like, well, it's bug for you, so that sucks. But like, there's other people who want dwarves as well. Like, there's no winning here. Seems like a cage for a magpie. I mean, the magpie would steal the cage. Congratulations, Baka. You got first. Very proud of you. All right, let's go up to here. But this contraption is a very long walkway for Mark's dwarves with a ceiling above it that goes all the way up to here. It's an area that they have full visibility of where the baddies are at all times, regardless of where they are. So they just shoot, and the goblins ideally dodge into the lava, which they did in a few spots, which is good. And then also, I will be firing a barrage of rocks at them to hopefully cause more of them to dodge into the water. That's what the contraption is. It's not really there's no real contraption there. It's mostly just, it's a firing range for Mark's dwarves and also a place for me to fire boulders at things. Wait, what about Boeing, Darren? How do you avoid siege dwarves from running from fear? They don't run from fear until they're within a certain distance, but there really is no avoiding it. It just happens eventually. At least I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm just kind of acceptant of it as a reality. I know that what some people do is they will take retired military dwarves who got injured in fighting and can't fight anymore to take the job, which is a pretty good way to do it. Because one's a ballista and one's a catapult, and one can and one can't. I don't really have an answer for that question. You should ask the people who made the game. My guess would probably be because you need to train somehow, and it's not fun training with potential friendly fire. This is very satisfying. What's up, Kate? How's things? Let's find a random dwarf. You'd be any good at the military. Your trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Nope. No, you wouldn't. How about you? Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. It's quick to anger and tends to be swayed by emotional appeal, so has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Likes a little excitement now and again. Is bothered by this since he likes to keep things practical without other things. Yeah, you'd be okay. Let's get some new dwarves training. Self-control, doesn't like developing skills with weapons and fighting. You're pissed. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, is very stubborn, is great. Trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Well, rip. That is a bad thing. Dreams of mastering skill. Personally, finds art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. Feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. Doesn't really value loyalty. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Short-term rewards. Likes a little excitement now and again. You'd be okay. We'll dig. You know, it's kind of funny, chat. When I removed the what's it called? The Dwarf Redemptions thing originally, it was because I was tired of people complaining about problems with the redemptions. Then when I swapped over from the redemptions to the just naming everybody, everything all the time, the game gets significantly worse for me. And now we're back to people complaining about the redemptions because there are certain people that will always want a dwarf and will get upset if anything causes that to not happen, as in like other people redeeming it quicker or the system bugging out, which it does sometimes. But that's completely out of my control. So I get to choose between making the game less fun for me to play or not having to deal with people complaining. How do I win this? This is like a lose-lose. So either people tune out because I spend 30 minutes reading dwarves every 90 minutes, or I occasionally lose very active chatters because they don't get a dwarf. And it's like, it's a fun conundrum, shall we say. Couldn't be you. Couldn't be you. This dwarf wants to practice martial art too. Let's throw Irish here into the military. Did your dwarf die yet? Nope, I don't think. I didn't know. If they have, I haven't seen them die. Nope, Napalm has not died yet. Napalm's actually pretty happy. We're making quartzite blocks currently. Satisfied after improving crutch walking. Uh-oh. Well, you're still walking with a crutch. At least it's a nice crutch. It's a well-crafted copper crutch. I would say yes. I think discounting somebody's feelings or discounting somebody as a member of the community because they are upset about something is more of a failure of management on my part and not them being no longer a member of the community. It's they look for a certain type of entertainment from the stream. And just because you aren't looking for that exact specific type of entertainment from the stream doesn't mean that they are any more or less a part of the community than you. Yeah, but I would say you're a more mature person than some people. Which you and your general maturity level doesn't discount somebody else's ability to join the community. I'm not using any mods, no. How's your farmer doing? Did you have a dwarf in this fort, Nander? Or was that the last fort? No, you do in fact have a dwarf in this fort. Kind of lonely after being away from friends for too long. Although, unfortunately, being a farmer in this fort kind of results in that. Usually, why is there miasma in this stairwell? Oh, it's because I didn't get the beast. I was gonna try and butcher it, but whoops. Oh well, didn't get around to that in time. It's my favorite type of alcohol. drinkable kind. I don't particularly like not drinkable. Well, actually, no, I'm completely indifferent to not drinkable kind. Also, DF hack isn't technically a mod, but that's just me being a, well, actual kind of person. DF hack is, it's like more of a external piece of software that runs. Oh, it's all good, Baka. You are as active as you need to be, which means I know your username. You don't have to be the most talkative member of every single stream. Actually, Wiz the God. See, we've talked about this before, Rauschen Cat, and theoretically, yes. Theoretically, yes, but my bot doesn't have that functionality, so I would need to make it have that functionality, which would mean I would need to make a thing for it, which is more work behind the scenes for me, right? And that still doesn't fully make people happy, because people are still betting and gambling and trying to compete for a dwarf, right? I would need some sort of likely Google Docs integration, which would take time. So I don't see how that is any more or less fair than the current system. People are going to complain. Basically, I get to decide between me not enjoying streaming this game as much or people complaining. Because part of the problem I have with naming way too many dwarves and way too many people getting dwarves is then I don't get to know my dwarves because I don't have time to actually do that because I'm just naming constantly. And if we were to do a raffle which gives out one dwarf, well, that's exactly the same as the current problem we have. And if I were to do a raffle that gives out a lot of dwarves, then we go back to the previous problem. And regardless, people are going to complain. So, I don't know. It doesn't matter if you're upset at me or upset at the system. It's I have to deal with the community management problem of you complaining. And it's also not just you that complains, Wari. You have a ghost of a dingo man in your guild. Teaching dwarves about metalsmithing. That is absurd. Wow. You should screenshot that and post that on Reddit or something. That is really cool. I'm very jealous. I mean, I've had people like suggest things like I update a list of names and then use that one DF hack script that automatically names people. But like, even that's not fair because then it would be like a monthly basis and it would be way harder for me to keep track of who's in the fort actively at any given time. And that's not really a good solution either. So like, yeah, it's just, when I figure out a good solution, that is a nice balance where it doesn't end with people complaining, I'll roll with it, but I haven't thought of one. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. Ghost of a ghost teaching people stuff. It's like the ghost of Christmas past, but more like the ghost of Guildhall's past. Okay, how are we doing on bars? 40. Okay, so let's make 40 aluminum earrings. Nice light earrings. Will dwarves automatically put on jewelry? If they claim it, yes. And in order to claim it, they have to put it into a stockpile. I'm just going to real quick queue up 5 copper bins. Just double checking the stockpiles I don't want to have bins for. That one's fine.
Streaming on Friday just for my sub day. You
Hell
didn't
yeah.
have to.
Aw, well, I'm happy to help. Today is planned to be a short stream, though. So I'm not going to go for 12 hours today like I have a bunch of times this week. What's up, Maniac? How goes the fort? Moods are getting better. We keep having, like, calamities in this fort, so things haven't been particularly smooth. But it's been all right. This is still the same world as the last two. It's just a different faction. Wait, what? I can make sterling silver? I'm just doing a few of those. I don't actually know what goes into sterling silver because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you want a sterling silver chest in your bedroom, so let's do that. Let's get the big boss a sterling silver chest stat. It's copper and a whole bunch of silver, apparently. Let's make one of those. See you next week. 1 week closer to adventure mode. Jeez. You know, I know I've said this a couple times, but you guys are excited for adventure mode for completely different reasons than me. I'm excited for the traffic. I'm not excited for the work. It's gonna be a lot of work for me. And I'm going to be exhausted. The cycle of forts, yes. You know, you say this, Chris, but I don't actually disagree that much. I know that you said that as sarcasm, but like a friend of mine, another streamer, his name's Excessive Profanity, has this bureaucracy banning system for his chat, which I think is hysterical. The way it works is if a tier 3 sub is mad at somebody in chat or doesn't like somebody in chat, they can at them with a specific emote, right? And if they at them with a specific emote, then that triggers a bot event in the chat where he has a special overlay for it. And essentially what it is it's a voting system between all of the rest of his subscribers between rocks and tomatoes. And if you post enough rocks, guy gets executed and banned in the chat. If you post enough tomatoes, then he just makes fun of the guy in chat and doesn't get banned. So he doesn't ban anybody. His subscribers do. It's like banning by committee, basically. Which is, I think, hysterical. And it would be kind of neat to do something like that with naming dwarves. I just have no idea how I would do it. If I'm being completely honest with you. What kind of content and tutorials I will be making? I will be covering as much of the basics as humanly goddamn possible with the quick tutorials style of content. And then after that, I will be moving into more advanced guides and also how do I word this? More advanced guides and probably a let's play that is similar-ish to, like, a let's play that's like between 3 to 10 episodes of me explaining as much as humanly possible, similar to what I did with Weather Mountains. Though, like, that's the 2 guaranteed things. Like a couple weeks before, I'd like to have Tarn on the stream again. Hopefully that we can find a time to make that happen when he's not super busy trying to make the forums not explode. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Blinds tutorial. Your PhD? Oh, got it. So yeah, I would be interested in doing something like that. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, they're still down. I'll be honest. I'm like I said earlier in the stream. I am not a programmer. I have absolutely no idea how to do that, and I don't particularly want to spend a bunch of money commissioning something like that. And I also don't really want to, and wouldn't feel good about asking somebody to volunteer to do it. So if anybody has any like amazing ideas on how to do something like that easily that I would be capable of doing on my own, feel free to let me know. You missed a part? Oh, I mentioned that Cody, Excessive Profanity, has a banning system in his chat where he doesn't ban people in his chat. If one of his tier 3 subs gets mad at somebody in chat, then they at them with a specific emote, which is a guillotine. And then there's 2 options. And then, like, the stream, he makes it full screen what the person said last, which obviously is the thing that annoyed the person. And then there's 2 options for chat. You can vote yes or vote no. And if you vote yes, then it moves to the next. And if the vote yes wins, to put them on the chopping block, then there's a possible execution. And then they spam either rocks or tomatoes. And if they spam enough rocks, then they kill him, and he gets banned in the chat. And if they spam enough tomatoes, then he gets spared. I would be okay with doing something like that to name dwarves, but I have no idea how to set something like that up. Okay, so now that I have a sterling silver chest, I can put that in my mayor's bedroom, who's been demanding that for like a year. Although I wouldn't limit it to tier 3 subs. That's a bit much. Maybe tier 2. Maybe we should just do that. Make a special emote that's limited to tier 2s and 3s. That's just every X amount of time or so. I wonder how I would limit that. I need to think about it. Like, just do it, you know, like, give them a gift and eat. But then, like, somebody might abuse it and just do it constantly. So I'd need to have some way of restricting it. Put a cooldown in the bot. Dwarf Zwari? What kind of dwarf are we dwarfing Zwari with, Napalm? Gotta bring back the investment. It's the same bot, dude. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Zwari? Zwari, what kind of dwarf do you want? Napalm is giving you a dwarf. Also, speaking of dwarfs, my mayor's need for a sterling silver chest is finally satisfied. Which is fantastic. Do I have a Captain of the Guard candidate? I really don't want to make a Captain of the Guard because I've had no crimes and I don't want to make a prison. So, no, I don't. And if I were to make a Captain of the Guard, then I would have to suddenly make a prison, and I'm not equipped to do that. As far as nobles go, everybody else is named currently. I guess the one problem with that, Freeways, is the bot doesn't know what an emote is. The bot just knows the phrase. So if you type in crypt beer, the bot just knows it's crypt beer. So you don't need to be subscribed to the channel to type in crypt beer. So other people could trigger the cooldown. So that's not exactly like a one-to-one that would work. Sure, but I don't know how to do that. And I can't just limit... Okay, no, I do know how to do that, but that's a lot of work. Can you make it like a sound command? Yes and no. Those sound commands are a specific script that's separate from the normal commands that Blug made ages ago. Remember how I said earlier I don't want people to, like, do things for free, but I also don't want to commission stuff? Marksdwarf? Just any Marksdwarf? Which one do you want? I cannot guarantee that they will stay Marksdwarves. We got Kubok, Onil, Doran, Bolteg, and Erish. You can hang out with your injured dwarf that may still be reading books. Yeah, your dwarf got booted out of the military pretty quick, Neurokeys. Doran? What's the last name? S-A-K? Okay. Technically, you're a mace dwarf, but you're working on the training. You probably gained the mace dwarf because crossbows are... Well, no, actually, not because of crossbows. You're just a mace dwarf because you were a mace dwarf when you got in the fort. Zori! Trumpet Gloves. That's a funny last name. Zori Trumpet Gloves is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. Enjoys being in crowds and is quick to anger. You must have elephant gloves. Enjoys being in crowds and is quick. Likes to brawl and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Is very humble and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He likes to take it easy, and he likes a little excitement now and again. He's somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork in his creation. Specifically, my bot doesn't automatically update who is a tier 2 subscriber. I have to do that manually, so I'd have to do that manually twice, so it'd be double the management on my end. The way I know how to do it anyway. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork in his creation. He prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible. He holds his breath when he's nervous, and he winks during conversations. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of crafting and masterwork someday and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, has a deep dislike of the natural world and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And he doesn't really value merrymaking, and he is firing bolts. And he feels pleasure after practicing archery. Actually, I would only like one bin in this stockpile. And this can be for literally just bolts as well. And we're also only going to put one bin on this. I mostly just don't want to use up all of my bins. It's categorically the worst thing humans can do. Really? The worst? He likes coal and trifle pewter and lapis lazuli, battle axes and bucklers and toy boats, and pixies for their intricate aerial dances. His very thin iris raw umber eyes are slit. He's a member of the Peaceful Sect and a member of the Farmers Guild. He's an accomplished presser and has several friends in the fortress. And an elven caravan has arrived in time to trade. The depth of these dwarves always really amuses you. Yeah, I agree. It certainly is amusing. Finished goods with cut glass. Finished goods with cut gems. We'll also say furniture with cut gems. Forgotten Beast Riffy has come. A quadruped composed of green glass. It has 3 long curving horns and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its spit that's deadly. Speaking of, we finally have a dwarf committing a crime, and it's a tantrum, but it's one of my were creatures who's locked up. So I'm not too surprised by this. How does glass undulate? Good question. I'm not sure. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Or actually, no, the obvious response is rhythmically is how it undulates. Obviously. Oh no, my baby stray elephants are hungry. To move some of the baby stray elephants down here. I don't really know what to sell them. Guess I could sell them these shoes. They're cave spider silk. Could sell them the socks. Sell them the socks. As well as the pigtail socks. Sell them a bunch of socks and shoes. Yeah, it turns out elephants have a lot of babies. I might need to start eating them. The babies, not the adults. Heard of fiber optics. I used to play a lot with fiber optic cables. I used to use them to make lights in bedroom areas of my bedroom that were hard to get light into. It's good times. If that trading works. Hey, we just traded for a whole bunch of wood, so now the stockpile will fill up again. All right, chat room. Well, it's 3 p.m. and I have a video or 2 to edit. I've got several shorts to edit. I have to pack, and I have a tape deck to repair. I have to do some gardening stuff. I have to do the dishes. I have to take the trash out, and I have to go buy some snacks. I also have to go pick up my meds at some point today. So I think today has been a good bonus stream. We did stream for a total of 6 hours. On YouTube, we streamed for 5. So also it's lunchtime for me, and I didn't make a lunch today, so I have to go make lunch. We got all those bedrooms sorted, so that's good. We got this lower layer sorted as well. Don't run off. We are going to raid somebody. We got the new tavern built. We didn't expand the library much, aside from making this area a bigger portion of the library. So there is a ton of dwarves in the library. All reading various books that we acquired a while ago. So we are going to need to pretty up the library. I mean, it does still have just 92 written objects in it, which is pretty damn great. We need to get a paper industry up and running. I need to, at some point, make a captain of the guard. We finally satisfied the other gem cutters need, so we now have the Gem Setters Guild and the Gem Cutters Guild satisfied. We fought with several fun threats. We defeated a goblin threat. My Mark dwarves are training up pretty effectively. We made we started basics of glass. In fact, I should probably
and reminding me to go pick up my own damn meds crypt comfy.
I should probably cut gems or raw glass into gems as well. Cheers, Stealth. Go pick up your own damn meds. And we got that kitchen area expanded. In fact, I'm gonna just move these stills down here, I think. But this is me winding down the stream for the day. So what I have to say, chat, is thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for tolerating me, as per usual. And I hope that you enjoyed the stream more than you didn't. And we are going to be returning on Tuesday next week. If you're on the Discord, there will be some photos of me on the island, likely popping up at some point. And if... what's the word? Well, there's another thing I was going to say here. Also, yeah, keep an eye out on the YouTube channel for videos and things. And if you'd like to see me, as in me, or hear me, more accurately, reading horror stories, I'm going to try and get one done tonight where I read horror stories and then record them on cassette and then upload them to a separate YouTube channel. That channel's not monetized in any way, so I'm not making any money there because it's a very small channel. But I'm, you know, reading stories and stuff from Reddit. So if you enjoy horror on YouTube, there's a little bit of that on my sneaky second channel. So ideally, there will be a video up at least one per day during the days that I'm gone. But like I said, I will be back on Tuesday. So Twitch, it's time for you guys to say goodnight, YouTube. And I'm just going to do this. We'll see you when we see you, YouTube. Take care of yourselves. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. I read that as sweat because my brain put sweet and wet together into a word, so that's pleasant. And we're gonna go raid somebody, so don't run off. But I can raid somebody.